All right, the time being 5 p.m., I will now call to order the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Secretary Ringgold, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Bene.
Here.
Commissioner Carbajal Moran.
Here.
Commissioner Engelhardt. Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Commissioner Frederick. Commissioner Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Vice President Deshpande.
Here.
President Olson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
And I did see Commissioner Engelhardt. Looks like he might just be in the restroom for now. All right, can I get someone to please move the agenda?
I'll move the agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Oh, Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. From the admin committee, there is an item that staff has asked to amend that agenda, and then the hope is to bring it to the full board. So if we could keep the full board meeting recess and bring that item from admin and finance. Hopefully it will make sense to you. And it's the Hennepin Youth Activities Grant.
Okay. Do we need a second to amend that?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, the agenda is amended. Discussion to the agenda further? Seeing none. All those in favor of the amended agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Fantastic. The agenda is approved. We are now have another slate of minutes, which catches us up. Thank you, John, for all that hard work. Would someone please move the agenda, the minutes, that is.
So moved.
Would you like us to read them off?
Yeah, I think we need to read them out. Thank you.
All right. I will move the minutes for March 4th, 2026, the regular meeting minutes for March 18th, 2026, the regular meeting minutes of April 15th, 2026.
Second?
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, the 3 minutes sets are approved. Fantastic. We are now on to reports of officers, which we do not have this week, so we will move past that on to reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, or committees. Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, I am the Park Board's representative on the City of Minneapolis Audit Committee. There was 2 meetings last week. The first one was a report by audit on operational efficiency, and I will say they kind of tie together in terms of, it was Monday and Wednesday of last week, and there was a suggested, considering merging the park police with, or not having a separate park police and having it just be MPD. And I am very much opposed to that concept and idea, and I can go into great detail as to why. But that said, the Wednesday meeting was a after-action report on 2 very troubling, to say the least. I don't think there's any way to meet the language that the gravity of the death of community member Allison Lucier and the shooting of Davis Maturi. Very troubling. These are 2 community members that, well, one is now dead and the other was shot in the neck by their neighbor, and they were, just looking for help from anyone and everyone, and particularly MPD. I think, the 2 being together, we have, a specialized park police that deals with what we have in our park system, and we need to keep that. So I think that it's just very interesting to have that report on Monday and then the after-action reviews that we had on Wednesday. And, my heart goes out to both the family and loved ones of our community member who lost their life, and of course Davis Maturi. And there were some real things that require serious action to have MPD meet the standards of protecting and serving reported there. So I encourage folks to look at that report. It is quite heavy to deal with. So, but proud to serve as the Park Board's representative on the City Audit Committee. And audit does important work. That is an important committee. People think money when they hear audit, but it's about processes and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Engelhardt. Commissioner Forney?
Thank you, and thank you for the report, Commissioner Engelhardt. I think, if I heard you correctly and everything, there is such a difference between Minneapolis Police and Park Police. They are so totally different, and hopefully we can drum that into everybody's heads, how essential it is our Park Police are. Anyway, I am not the appointee to the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, but I am on the strategic plan for the next 10 years that they are adopting in the next, like I say, year. And the first meeting was yesterday, and it was very, very insightful. And what really is exciting to me is that the watershed is going to be working so much with us and the city of the Minnehaha Creek that's in Minneapolis, and how critical it is that partnership. And that is probably one of the biggest things that they talked about, is collaboration is what the last 10 years they really concentrated on. And so that is going to be a focal point coming up. What's really, to me, wonderful about not only Minnehaha watershed, but also the Mississippi, is that they also bring a great deal of funding that we can access directly, and so working on those relationships and keeping them strong is very, very critical. So anyway, really excited about the steps moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Forney. Anything further? Okay. Seeing none, we are now on to the consent agenda. 2 items on the agenda for today. Would anyone like to poll either for discussion? Vice President Deshmande.
I'd like to pull Resolution 2026-70 and 2026-83.
Okay, fantastic. Let's go through them. Would someone please move Resolution 2026-70?
I'll move Resolution 2026-70, a resolution approving change order number 2 with Ebert, Inc., contract COM 0009228 for the Nicollet Island Pavilion re-roofing and cupola repairs project in the amount of $135,579.20 for a new contract total of $525,990.80.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second?
All right. Discussion, I see your light, Commissioner Engelhardt.
I just wanted to actually pull 2026-71 as well.
That might be a different.
Oh, that's an administration finance. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so we will have ample time to discuss that. Okay. Vice President Deshmande.
Thank you, President Olson. My question was around the change order percentage. So it sounds like we had a change order a few years ago, which was maybe about 5%, and this latest change order is now 20% over the amended total from the prior one. Is that common to have change orders of that magnitude?
President Olson and Vice President Deshmande, it's not common, but it does happen, and in particular, I can explain a little bit about this particular change order. The Boiler Works building, which is now the Nicollet Island Pavilion, is listed as a historic property in Minneapolis. The cupola repairs were originally focused on replacement of siding and roofing. When we actually took the siding off, we discovered that the interior structure was rotted to the point where we couldn't even attach new siding to it. So this change order really has to do with reconstructing the interior structure, supporting structure, that will keep the cupola in place. The magnitude of that couldn't have been understood until we actually removed the siding. So yes, it's significant, but it is necessary.
Okay, so we didn't know what we didn't know, so thank you.
And, President Olson and Vice President Deshmande, when we're dealing with older buildings, this is a common issue. We can't really know until we actually start doing work. In some cases, we can do what's called destructive testing, where we actually have to take a portion of the building apart. but it's difficult to do that and repair it in a temporary way until the new work starts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Further discussion on Resolution 2026-70? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, Resolution 2026-70 is approved. Secretary Ringel, I will also note for the record that Commissioner Frederick has arrived. Welcome, Commissioner Frederick. Okay. Would someone please move the next Resolution 2026-83?
I'll move Resolution 2026-83, a resolution accepting $400,000 in grant funding from the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources to remove and plant shade trees to provide environmental benefits and to establish a more diverse community forest in census block groups with an SDI equal or greater than 70% according to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
Is there a
Second.
Okay. On to discussion, Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you again, President Olson. My question was around, one, I think this is a great grant opportunity. Do we get this opportunity on an annual basis?
Hi, President Olson, Vice President Deshpande. It comes up on a regular basis. Usually these are 2 to 3 years out.
Okay. And my second question was around the fact that some of this money is going to be used towards stump grinding, which is something that my constituents have brought up continually. So I think that's great too, because we need to remove a number of stumps, and I know we have a large backlog. But the cost per stump came out to $400 per stump removal, based on $300,000 allocated towards stumps removal and 750 stumps that we're going to get rid of. Why is the cost of stump removal so much more than the cost of planting a tree?
President Olson, Vice President Deshpande, that all goes back to our contracted stump grinding prices. Most of these stumps are in place in a way that prevents us from being able to plant additional trees. So those are stumps on the boulevard that are taking up a spot that need to be ground a little bit deeper than a normal stump so that we can replant.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Carvajal Moran.
So I had a question about the tree equity prioritization. And so I know that it says that there's 5 categories or factors. So low income, percent person with disabilities, percent less than high school education, percent limited English speaking, and low life expectancy. Is there the possibility of expanding those factors? I was just thinking about like our renter population, or and I know that there's intersectionality, but just thinking about like renters, and like, I don't know, just expanding those factors too.
Yes, President Olson, Commissioner Carvajal Moran. We don't set those parameters, so the DNR would set those. We can express interest or ask that question to see if that could be included on the next round, and we're happy to do that, but we don't have control over that as it currently sits.
Okay, that would be great. Just curious if it can be, if other factors can be included. But yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? All right. All those in favor of Resolution 2026-83, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? With that, Resolution 2026-83 is approved. On to the Planning Committee. Commissioner Garcia.
All right. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I will move Resolution 2026-61, resolution accepting an offer from the Minnesota Department of Transportation to purchase parcels 44, 45, and 46 for no more than $18,000 for a future skate park as outlined in the Downtown Service Area Park Plan.
Second?
Fantastic. Any discussion? Okay. Yeah, I didn't speak on this during the last meeting, but very, very cool. I really love these projects, so keep up the good work, planning team. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. No.
Oh, it's a roll call. Thank you. Sorry. Secretary Ingle, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Benny, Commissioner Carbajal Moran,
Aye.
Commissioner Engelhardt,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Commissioner Frederick,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker,
Aye.
Vice President Deshpande,
Aye.
President Olson.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
And with that, Resolution 2026-61 is approved. On to the next.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I will move Resolution 2026-62, resolution approving the permanent Skyway easement agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the City of Minneapolis at parcels 44, 45, and 46, proposed as parkland under the jurisdiction of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, Secretary Ringgold, please call the roll.
Commissioner Benny,
Aye.
Commissioner Carbajal Moran,
Aye.
Commissioner Engelhardt,
Aye.
Commissioner Forney,
Aye.
Commissioner Frederick,
Aye.
Commissioner Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Rucker,
Aye.
Vice President Deshpande,
Aye.
President Olson.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
And with that, Resolution 2026-62 is approved.
Right, on behalf of the Planning Committee, I will move Resolution 2026-63, resolution approving Amendment Number 1 to 2021 agreement with Metropolitan Council for Metro Transit's use of a bus turnaround and layover located within George Todd Park.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I believe this is a straight-up vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, the resolution is approved.
Right, on behalf of the Planning Committee, I will happily move Resolution 2026-78, resolution approving the concept plan for East River Flats Park.
Fantastic. A second, I'll second. Any discussion? Commissioner Engelhardt.
I think it's a great plan. It's going to be a wonderful, yeah, it's going to be really nice when it's all done. So I'm excited it's in my district, and good work, everybody.
Okay. Yeah, I too am excited about this. I really like the beach volleyball courts and the abundance that we're pushing for there. I really like that we're looking at the statistics of participation in adult sports and youth sports, other things, and we're taking action with our future plans to make sure that we're filling those needs. So just really good, smart work, I think, there. So Commissioner Forney.
Yes, I'll just add, I think I mentioned it last time and everything. First of all, I'm delighted with the plan. The launch site, though, does have concern for me, and I just hope that we can walk softly in activating that particular aspect. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Further discussion? Okay. With that, do concept plans say yes? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? With that, Resolution 2026-78 is approved. Now into Admin and Finance.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I'll move Resolution 2026-54, resolution approving a joint powers agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the City of Minneapolis for trail and parking lot paving, repair, and reconstruction.
Second?
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 2026-54, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? With that, the resolution is approved.
I'll move Resolution 2026-71, resolution accepting and approving the revised Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board financial management policies.
Second.
Any discussion? Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, I mean, this is, Paul, as I read it, hasn't been looked at or reviewed since 2009. I don't know if that's accurate. And then on page 9 of 21, it references the enterprise funds, and there's a strikeout on, what is it, the second sentence, the enterprise fund balance policy serves stricken out 2 to 3 primary purposes. I see the 3 bulleted. I'd like, more information on that change. And I guess the kind of the legislative format or the strikeouts aren't quite as, I don't know, quite as clear as they could be. So that's why I'm asking questions about it. Thank you.
President Olson and Commissioner Engelhardt, first of all, the last time that this was reviewed was in 2013. I've transferred it onto our new format, so that date got lost. We review this at least every 5 years. And can you refer again to which page your question?
Yeah, it's page 9, number 4, enterprise funds. It indicates that there's the enterprise on the second sentence. The enterprise fund balance policy serves stricken out 2 to 3 primary purposes. So naming the why is that a change?
President Olson and Commissioner Engelhardt, the board has the authority to apply fund balance to many things. So I struck the more specific things that were listed in this policy to open it up for any type of allocation that the board would so choose. And then I've added to ensure the stability of the fund is considered first prior to any allocation being made outside of the fund.
Thank you. And would opening it up also be consistent with the strikeout of shall be maintained in the third bullet?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Anything further? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of Resolution 2026-71, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, the resolution passes.
I'll move Resolution 2026-68, resolution approving a one-year extension to the catering agreement for Nicollet Island Pavilion between Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and Mintahoe Hospitality Group with a new expiration date of December 31st, 2027.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, with that, the resolution passes. On to the next.
I will move Resolution 2026-69, resolution approving a third amendment and extension to the existing concessions agreement with Bread and Pickle LLC through December 31st, 2026.
Seconded.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, the resolution prevails. On to the next.
I will move Resolution 2026-73, resolution approving Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board concession agreement with Arch and River LLC at Waterworks Pavilion in Mill Ruins Park.
Second.
Any discussion? I just have one thing to say. I saw our park board Facebook post on this, and some of the food there, it looked particularly delicious. So can't wait to hype this up amongst all my friends and constituents. So with that, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? And the resolution passes.
I'll move Resolution 2026-74, resolution approving MPRB concession agreement with Minnesota Hot Tub Boats LLC at Boom Island Park.
Second.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Just for discussion, it's in District 1, and we're prioritizing looking at, new and exciting funding sources, so that's one. And there are several constituents that are really excited about this, so, get out there and support it so it's a success ride. I guess you get to drive the boat, too. So there's more research, so get out there and get in a hot tub boat, spa cruisy.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, President Olson. I just wanted to echo Commissioner Engelhardt. I have received so many positive comments about this since We passed this through committee last week, and I know Axios and one of the other news stations recently posted articles about this, and I've gotten a lot of really great, excited comments from constituents all over. So I'm excited to be able to vote for this tonight.
Further discussion? Yeah, it is interesting. You can never quite tell what's going to break through into the wider perception for folks, and this one seems to have done that. So just would encourage that we continue to do experimental, interesting new things for the board. Commissioner Engelhardt.
Oh, I also meant if you don't want to ride in a hot tub boat, you can also do the water taxi at the same location. So there's options.
Of course. All right. All those in favor of approving Resolution 2026-74, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? With that, the resolution passes.
I'll move Resolution 2026-75, resolution approving an amendment and extension to MPRB concession agreement with Ghost Dancer LLC, DBA, the sous chef at Waterworks Pavilion in Melrose Park.
Seconded.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. Now on to unfinished business. Would someone please move the next resolution?
I'll move Resolution 2026-77, resolution approving a request for proposals for general counsel for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board.
Second.
Okay. On to I imagine we should have a presentation on this one. Well, do we all feel comfortable with it? Is there, yeah, we can move on to discussion here. We will have to pause, though, for open time in just a few minutes here. Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Benny?
Thank you, President Olson. I have a few different amendments, and so I just want to do them one by one. You know, one's kind of a typo correction, so the first one is to add under the minimum qualifications a fourth bullet that says demonstrated understanding of City of Minneapolis government structure and city charter. I'd like to move that amendment to be added to that RFP.
Second.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this one? Commissioner Benny?
Yeah, my thinking is it doesn't mean that the people that are proposing need to have direct experience with those entities or that structure, but it means that they would need to articulate in their proposal how they understand the government structure and the city charter, because as we like to talk about a lot here at the Park Board, we're unique. So that, I think that would be really important. That's my position, so.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So that the First Amendment passes. I think we probably have time for maybe one more if it's, might as well get started.
Yep, this one's pretty straightforward as well. It's just to flesh it out a little bit more. Under scope of services section, there's a line in there that currently says collaboration with Minneapolis City Attorney's Office, and I'm suggesting to also add specifically the County Attorney's Office.
Second.
I think that's self-explanatory there. Any discussion on this one? All those in favor of this amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, we have a Second Amendment passed. We're at 5:29. I think we'll pause for open time and get back to this. I'll start by reading the rules here. Thanks to those of you who have come to speak during tonight's open time. The board's open time rules are as follows. I will call on people from the speaker list only. Names are added to the speaker list by calling in before 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting or by adding it in person at the board meeting before 5:30 p.m. The time allotted for all speakers shall not exceed 15 minutes. We have today 5 speakers, so each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Time may not be transferred to someone else. Please watch the timer and stay within your allotted time. This is an opportunity for you to address the board. We are listening but will not respond. That said, please don't hesitate to contact any of the commissioners for dialogue and further discussion. To protect the privacy of individuals, please refrain from commenting on specific personnel issues or pending litigation. Discriminatory or harassing words directed at anyone will not be tolerated. Each speaker is asked to state their name and address. First up, we have Jackie Itzkowitz, and then followed by Billy Menz. Welcome, Jackie.
Thank you. It's my first time here, so appreciate you having me. Good evening. My name is Jackie Itzkowitz. My address is 3029 Humboldt Avenue South. And I've wanted to share that I've lived in Minnesota for just 5 years, three of which have been in Uptown. I moved here after COVID and had never set foot in Uptown before moving to this neighborhood. I don't have a before version to compare this to, so I'm looking at this neighborhood with fresh eyes and as a new parent raising a young child here long term. From this perspective, one thing is really clear. The Tot Playground on 32nd and East Bedemaka Parkway is not meeting a basic standard. It's essentially out of commission. The equipment is broken and or unsafe. There's caution tape around most of the structures, and it hasn't been updated in decades. Now that the sun is finally out, we've been spending a lot of time at the different playgrounds in the area. But when we walk around our own neighborhood and my baby wants to stop and play at this one, I have to physically remove him and explain why we can't use it. As much as he loves a construction site, we'd really like this to feel like a playground. What's also been frustrating is the lack of response. I've called and emailed multiple times and added some photos to my emails, and I did hear back from Commissioner Cavajal-Moran, so thank you. But one response I don't feel is enough. It's something that's impacting residents and families of the neighborhood. I also understand there may be confusion around the responsibility and whether this falls under a regional park or chain of lakes budget. But from a resident's perspective, that cannot turn into inaction. It's not okay for this to become a not my territory issue while the park continues to sit in disrepair. If we want Uptown to come back again, if we want families to stay here and invest here like we're doing, then parks like this are not optional. They're essential. This is not a nice to have. It's a basic need for residents who want to be able to use this space and for those who wait all year long to use one of the most used lakes in the Twin Cities. So I'm asking, who's responsible for this park? What's the plan to fix it? And what's the timeline? I'm more than willing to be part of the solution. I'd love to volunteer and get involved, but there needs to be a clear path forward and accountability. We chose to build our life in Uptown because I really do, and with my husband, believe in this. And right now, this park doesn't reflect the belief and the time, and it's time it does. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that, Jackie. Billy Menz, and then Charles Weed.
Hi, I'm Billy Menz. I live at 1812 Pierce Street Northeast. Nice to see you all. I do have a couple of things that I'd like to highlight for the board and for the community. Audubon Park, so this is a park in our neighborhood that really just got updated, and it's really nice that the planning department, I just think that there's been some really great examples in our neighborhood of like the planning department coming through in ways that the community needs. We have an aqua volley court there, which there's going to be some programming around teaching people about it. And I walked through and ran through that space yesterday, and there's just kids in the new playgrounds, and it was really, really refreshing to see that space is coming back after some construction. That's always nice to see. At Beltrami Park, I'd really like to thank the planning department and maybe Michael Schroeder personally for making sure that the dog park plans included the extra. I know that some of you remember when I was on the board at the end, like there is an opportunity for a dog park close, and those were recognized and supported and included in the community engagement, which was excellent during Earth Day at Beltrami Park. There was a lot of support there, and it was a great place for the group to be. To get quality community engagement. On your agenda, I do see the Hennepin County Youth Sports Grant. This will come up every year. I would like to encourage the board to consider moving away from the playgrounds. We used those playgrounds in the Hennepin County Sports Grant because we were trying to catch up, but now we've kind of caught up on playgrounds, so maybe we should redirect that money back towards fields, and I know that's a coordination with the school district as well. But in the future, it might be, because that was the original purpose of the grant. Thirdly, and one of the things that I really wanted to come here about, and Commissioner Englehart's aware of this issue as well, and it's become kind of paramount in my local community. So I live at Northeast Park. Every day between the hours of 3 and 3:30, about 130 vehicles come to Northeast Park. They idle. They wait for their children at Yinghua Academy. I don't necessarily have a problem with that in my community, but it should be monitored and supported, either revenue-wise or something. If I calculate it out, there's 6,880 hours of parking in a space where there should be no parking.
Granted, there's a school there. It's not a Minneapolis public school. The reason there are so many cars there is because people are coming from out of our community into our community and creating a level of chaos that is challenging because it creates unsafe avenues for children to play, and it creates a lot of traffic in that neighborhood, which creates more difficulty for children getting around and young people. So I'd like you to look into that, please. Thank you, and Commissioner Engelhardt he knows about the subject as well. So it'd be a nice way to get a little bit of revenue and force Yinghua Academy to be a good partner. And they have been good partners in the past, but this is a big issue in the community, and I think the Park Board could have some impact on it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Billy. Charles Weed and then Carrick Sarbacker. Welcome, Charles.
My name is Charles Weed. I'm the president of Minneapolis Community Clay Courts. I live at 4015 Pillsbury Avenue South, which is the international headquarters for Minneapolis Community Clay Courts. I'm here in support of a resolution in front of the Administration and Finance Committee 2026-79. 4 years ago, in 2021, this body, in collaboration with us, built the first public clay courts in, I think, the country that volunteers take care of. And it's been a smashing success. Everybody loves it there. I've been on my knees all week nailing nails in with other people. So the reason that we do this, there's new members here, and I'm not sure you maybe know the background behind it, but the reason we're building clay courts is that they're healthier. It's hard to be a tennis player into your 60s and 70s because your joints really start hurting. And clay courts are a lot easier on your joints. You're able to slide instead of taking that full impact into your joints on a hard court. It's also healthier because it's environmentally healthier. Rainwater seeps into the court, it doesn't run off. And there's been a recent study that shows that clay courts, green clay courts actually eat carbon dioxide. After about 10 years, they start sucking carbon dioxide at a greater rate than trees. A lot of people think that this is maybe an elitist kind of project. I'd say it's the exact opposite. The only place you can play clay court tennis besides these courts is inside private country clubs that cost way too much money for me to ever afford. That's why we started this, because we're all getting older and we want to keep playing tennis. So it's an opportunity for any member of the public to go play clay court tennis. And if you just stand outside that park, you'll see how many people walk up and can't believe that we're able to do a public clay court free of charge. Anybody can go on it, no membership or anything, and we all take care of it. We have a 10-year stewardship agreement with the Park Board for Waveland Triangle. We're going into our 5th season. It's terrific. It's easy work to do. Everybody participates. It's one of the few amenities that everybody takes care of in addition to playing on. So it's the best court in the state of Minnesota. I'm sorry, I think it is. And even members of these clubs that come play on this court say that. So, and I think it's because so many people take care of it and it's played so often. And it's taken care of by tennis players, not businesses. So thank you for your support. I hope we can see this through. This is a big day for me. It's been 2 years and I've been waiting for this. So thank you.
Carrick Sarbacker and then Ron Werner.
Good evening, President Olson, Commissioners. My name is Carrick Sarbacker. I'm a resident of District 5, Ward 11, Precinct 11, and an employee at the Forestry Department as an arborist. In taking stock in previous comments that I've made here, I realized that not very many of them have been positive. So I am here tonight to say thank you. We had Arbor Day. We celebrated last Friday at Bethune Park in North Minneapolis, and a number of the commissioners were present. I personally saw 4 of you, and 3 of you participated in the tree climbing course, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was the first time ever that we've had commissioners participate in that. Events like these mean so much, not only to the Forestry Department, but also as an opportunity to educate the public and our commissioners about what our job entails. It gave me personal pride to be able to share those fruits of my labor. And so I just wanted to be here tonight to say thank you for your presence, curiosity, and support, and also challenge the rest of the commissioners and Secretary Ringel and Superintendent Bangora to think about participating in the tree climbing aspect next year. I did say that I was here to thank you, but I do have a public service announcement also. We are planting thousands of trees as the Forestry Department, and we really rely on the public to help us with watering. So please, please, please water your trees. They need to be watered weekly, and the biggest determining factor for whether these trees are going to survive their first 3 years are whether or not they get water every week. So thank you, and have a good night.
Thanks, Garrett. Ron Werner. Welcome, Ron.
Good evening. My name's Ron Warner, west side of Cedar Lake for 34 years. I just want to say my intent at these meetings is to establish a case for re-examining the Cedar Isles Master Plan the same way an established approved master plan for the mall was challenged. The Cedar Isles Master Plan was described with much puffery by the park commissioners who voted to approve this 30 to 40-year plan as spectacular, great, well thought out, excellent, a heavy lift, an ethos of environmentalism. I view the plan as supporting and protecting the continued privatization of parkland at southeast Cedar Lake, among other shortfalls. It was endorsed amidst a cacophony of applause by the Park Lane residents attending the meeting and residing around the southeast side of Cedar Lake. I'm certain the endorsement for the Cedar Isles Master Plan was the impetus to proceed with the construction of the Big Boulder Wall and patio, all on public park land, and no path to interrupt the privacy. The Metropolitan Council oversees master plans for regional parks. The master plans are submitted to Met Council for approval and funding. The chairman of the Parks and Trails Committee critiqued the plan thusly, and I quote, "If there is public land at southeast Cedar Lake and I am able, I should be able to walk on it. And if it is public land, it should be clearly labeled for public use." Other critical concerns were limited regional engagement, a process dominated by local resident opinions, an overall limited scope for ADA conditions, underserved segments of the population, and elderly needs. Adequate bathroom facilities are lacking, and in general, for a regional scope, the plan seems light, unquote. Strategic planner Adam Arvinson responded by stating that landowners cannot impede access. Well, that ain't true. That easements can also be revoked at any time, though over 87 years, this has never occurred, and the landowners would need to reapply for encroachments at the sale of any properties. Now, that's not really going to rid all these encroachments. He noted that while access is available, the perception is that the parkland has been privatized. Well, my question is, why hasn't the park board taken steps to change this, to clearly label the public's parkland? A plan to clearly define park boundaries at Southeast Cedar was presented by the Access and Circulation Committee and was flatly rejected.
Thank you,
That
Ron.
proposal should have been endorsed. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. All right, with that, that is all our speakers, and we will return to discussion of the RFP. Commissioner Benny. To your next.
Yeah, I think I would like to go ahead and move the third item, the third one, amendment. And it's under the submission requirements section. It would say that the proposal should include a minimum of 3, but not more than 5 references from current or recent municipal, park district, or special district officials instead of client.
Second.
Any discussion? Commissioner Benny.
I'll just offer that I think it clarifies who would be the right people to make, or the right, it clarifies, I think, for the proposers, who they should seek references from specifically. So it could be elected, recent or current elected officials, or also organizational officials. I think it just is clarifying.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is amended for a third time. On to next amendment.
Yes, I'd like to move another one. This is the fourth of 5. This one is under the interviews section. So it's adding a sentence to the beginning that the MPRB Selection Committee shall be comprised of the entire Park Board of Commissioners. I don't need to read the rest.
Second.
Okay.
All right, further discussion. Commissioner Engelhardt.
Just want to thank you, Commissioner Abene, for making this amendment. I think it's really important that that the Board of Commissioners is the approving body here, and clarifying that is really important, so I appreciate your work in bringing this amendment forward.
Commissioner Despande.
In general, I like this idea, Commissioner Abene. I just wonder if we got 10 firms applying, we give them each 30 minutes apiece, we're in for a long meeting, and I'm not sure if necessarily all of us will get to ask all the questions we want to. I don't know if you've considered that and what your take on that might be.
Commissioner Benny.
Yeah, I think there would be some logistical considerations with this, and because this would have to be then a public meeting where the presentations are made or where the interview's conducted. But I do think that's worthwhile. And it would also mean that all 9 commissioners would have all of the proposals to look at. Oftentimes, there can be a revision to a proposal. I would ask the secretary if I could, to clarify, if it was determined that maybe if there were 10 and that 5 hours is too long, because it sounds too long, could they be notified that they would have 20 minutes instead or something like that? And can the process be changed with notification to the proposers, I guess is what I'm saying.
Secretary Ringgold.
President Olson and Commissioner Benny, I just kind of gave an eye to Michael to see if he's ever done that. I think technically it's possible, but I was just wondering how he might have done that on previous RFPs or RFQs.
President Olson, if the question is, can you modify the interview process before we actually enter into the interview process? My thought is, yes, you can. You would probably want to notify the responders as they move through the process, so that all of them have the same information. We can certainly do that. We don't have any responders yet because we haven't released this. We can make adjustments all the way through the process. The way that we would typically deal with this is that, if you're looking at us hiring a consultant, we're trying to find the process that arrives at the best possible solution for the park board. And I think the board, in going through this process, should be using the same philosophy.
Great.
President Olson and Commissioner Abeni, I might also add that the next sentence in the actual RFP states that the MPRB reserves the right to eliminate the interview phase of the selection process and select a firm based on written proposals alone. We might also say in that sentence that we reserve the right to change the interview process. So that would be a way to make it explicit on the front end that we might do that.
Commissioner Benny.
I have another question or suggestion. The date of I believe the date of the interview was identified as June. What was the date of the interview?
President Olson and Commissioner Benny, we have identified the date as June 24th.
24th, okay. It's possible then, and when are the proposals due? Is it okay if I'm asking the back and forth here? I apologize.
I'll leave that to President Olson. Right now, we have the proposals due on June 12th by 4 p.m.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I think this is still, I think, worthwhile. I doubt we'll get 10, but I think it's still worthwhile to have the board participate in that, in those interviews. I really do. and meet all of them and have access to all the proposals.
Okay. Secretary Ringgold, did you have something further?
Yeah, thank you, President Olson. I think I just wanted to confirm that we are looking at June 24th as the possible date. And I think to be practical in terms of everybody's schedule, we would likely try to do some of these interviews during the day. So we likely wouldn't do them all the evening of that night. And I just wanted to maybe even get a head nod from commissioners if that was going to be a reasonable way to proceed, or if we would have to put it into evening interviews. Okay, so, oh, there might be some lights coming on to respond as well. Maybe I'll let you field those.
Okay, Commissioner Engelhardt, if it's a response to this specific.
To clarify the question, Secretary Ringgold, is that we would be available during the day for these interviews? Is that correct?
That's a more concise way to put it, yes. Would you be available during the day for the interviews?
Okay, thanks.
We are now on to Commissioner Forney.
Did you want a response, though? I mean, I don't know if the, yes, go ahead and do
Okay,
it.
should we just, are we going down the line maybe on this? Okay, Commissioner Frederick.
My response is just if there's enough time, which June 24th is a ways away, so I can make that happen.
Okay.
Yep. Commissioner Rucker.
I'm good anytime.
Okay.
So just let me know. I'll be
I can make it work.
Yeah, enough time. I can take time off. So.
I'll be out of town. That's the only thing. But I think I can do my best to be present. That's the only thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Forney and Garcia.
To the response of if you're available, go ahead. Mine is totally different.
Yes, I can be available that day.
Okay.
Great.
Commissioner Forney, and I think you had your light on as well.
Yes, okay. So I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time with the amendments to ask these questions, but just curious, does anybody remember when was the last time that we had a request for proposals like this? Does anybody remember that?
Secretary Ringgold.
It's been a while, I know that.
President Olson and Commissioner Forney, I believe the last time, and I don't think it was actually an official RFP, however, I would check in with Council Rice on this, would have been about 2011, 2012. I think at the time, Assistant Superintendent Karen Robinson was doing some work on this. That would have been the last time I would have remembered that there would have been some type of a conversation similar to this.
And then the other question is, does anybody remember approximately how many proposals we did get?
President Olson and Commissioner Forney, I don't have that detail. I'm not certain that there was actually an official proposal process.
Okay. I vaguely remember that there were very few, so I
Okay.
just wanted to at least alert people that we may not be looking at 40 or 50 proposals and everything. Anyway, so, and I don't think I answered the question. Yes, I am available on that date, so the 24th, so.
Okay, great. Do you have further questions? Council Rice, I think you had some comment on.
Yeah, I don't want to be careful because obviously this my firm would be interested in this. I would say based on the RFP that I just looked at yesterday, you're looking at maybe a half a dozen firms that would be either large enough or in the field that could apply. I mean, you might get more applications, but given the community that does municipal law and this kind of work, it's probably a number like that.
Okay.
But once you go public, you could get all kinds of applications, so.
Sorry, Commissioner Engelhardt. Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah, so my only questions would be, so yep, it will be recorded, it will be a public meeting, which I do think it is good that this is public and folks can kind of listen in and see if, depending what's going on. As much transparency as possible is good. But I just did want to confirm with either Secretary Ringgold or Council Rice, we wouldn't have any sort of legal issues, confidentiality issues with having it be public. That we think that's all good for folks to be able to kind of present their case and all this and have that be public.
President Olson, and seeing a head nod from Council Rice, I would wonder if you, once you actually get into deliberating on which firm you want, we might want to consider if that qualifies for a closed session. But I don't think the presentations or the materials that would happen in those presentations would be, that would be evident in those presentations would be something that couldn't be public.
Okay, yeah, well, good, because I think it should be. And if we decide to have like closed deliberations, we can decide to do that day of, if, okay, it goes that way. Commissioner Benny.
And just along those lines, President Olson, I think then, because we'd be doing it this way, all the materials, all the proposals will be part of the packet, then, I would assume, including fee schedules and what people are submitting.
President Olson and Commissioner Benny, yes, actually, in this case, they would.
Yeah.
Most typically, when we do proposals, all of the proposals aren't public until the final selection
Right.
is made, but in this particular case, with it being a public process that you're reviewing them, they would be publicly
Yep.
available.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, with that, it is amended for a fourth time. On
Excellent.
to the fifth, Commissioner Benny.
And last one is quick, under section, additional information section, contract term, it's really just a typo and clarification. So the Park Board of Commissioners, adding of commissioners, and remove the word appoints, will make annual appointment.
Okay, I'll second that.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner Rucker as well. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of this amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That, all right. Batten 1000, Commissioner Benny. Okay, on to discussion for the resolution for the RFP as amended. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for putting this together. This is something that I had brought forward through committee previously a few months ago, and I appreciate the work that went into this and the time that everybody on the board spent reviewing it. Thank you, Commissioner Benny, for working on some edits to make sure that the process will be as smooth as possible. And I'm looking forward to working with everyone on this to make sure that we are getting the best possible representation for the board. Thank you.
Commissioner Carvajal Moran.
Yeah, I thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I also echo that. Thank you to all the folks that have worked on the RFP, and also Commissioner Benny for those amendments as well. I did have a question about the termination agreement. This is just out of curiosity, but with the termination section, is there specific examples on how firms will get terminated? I know that it does describe the process of it, but I was just wondering if there are specific examples. If not, that's okay. Just more than anything, out of curiosity, if there are examples out there.
Secretary Ringgold.
Sorry, don't need to turn my light on, I need to turn my mic on. President Olson and Commissioner Carvajal Moran, that is in a section of this agreement where we're trying to help the proposers know what the anticipated terms would be of an agreement that we would be in with them. And while I don't have any specific examples of how we have terminated agreements, the board tends to establish that it has the right to terminate and the terms by which it is able to terminate. So we want that to be upfront with the individuals who would be proposing.
Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, Secretary Ringgold.
President Olson, I too want to thank, we had staff from planning, staff from HR, staff from Park Police, all of the executive team members. Everybody was very thoughtful in their contributions, so I want to thank them for that. We also, I think per the urging of Commissioner Engelhardt and there's maybe one other person who was a part of this, sent it over to the city auditor, and they provided a review of it as well and provided some very constructive and helpful feedback. So thank you to everybody who helped with this.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I really think, appreciate the quick turnover, and I really think this is kind of the definition of due diligence and good governance. This is work that future boards, won't have to, may have to edit in the future or something, but they won't have to reinvent the wheel here. And I do think with this process, we'll be able to go back to our constituents with whatever the result is and be able to say with confidence that the park board has the best representation possible, as Commissioner Garcia said. So yes, look forward to this. With that, all those in favor of Resolution 2026-77, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. Okay, we have is this our last onboarding? I don't know, yes. Welcome, Assistant Superintendent Barrick, to go over environmental stewardship.
Good evening, President Olson and Commissioners. Yes, this is I think we're the anchor on the divisional onboarding. And so let me get this pulled up. So yes, I'm excited to be here and joined by the team. It's a privilege and an honor to be a part of the Environmental Stewardship Division, which is the division that provides the expert care and maintenance of the park system, as well as the programming for environmental education, volunteer stewardship, community gardens, and youth employment. And so the division is comprised of 4 departments, and the directors are here with me, 3 of the directors, because one of them is vacant. But we have Becky Braun as the Assistant Director of the Asset Management Department. The Director of Citywide Services and Projects is currently vacant. The Director of Environmental Management, Deb Pilger, and the Director of Forestry, Chris McMaster, as well as our Division Services Administrator, Abby Schrader, who is responsible for keeping all the cats herded and moving in the same direction. So it's a large division of almost 370 plus full-time employees, and we take on a large number of seasonals. And so this evening, we're going to walk you through each department, kind of an overview of what their key deliverables are, things that they're looking forward to in 2026, and then we'll stand for questions at the end. So I will turn this over to Assistant Director Becky Braun to cover asset management.
President Olson, Commissioners, thank you very much for having us here tonight to talk to you about the departments. My name is Becky Braun. I'm the Assistant Director of Asset Management. I started with the Park Board almost 30 years ago as a seasonal working on the riverfront and have worked my way up through the ranks to full-time supervisor of Teamworks, crew leader, foreman, and park ops manager before getting this position as the Assistant Director. I'm very excited to share with you our department and the work we do. Just know that this is a very brief overview of the work we do. I couldn't fit everything we do into the short amount of time that I have. So if I miss something, that is why. What we maintain. So our department maintains 186 parks, 166 neighborhood parks and 20 regional parks. The Tier 2 athletic fields and all of the general use athletic fields. We do all the hard court maintenance. 67 pools, splash pads, water parks, and 1 natural swim pool at Weber Park. We have 121 play containers, 9 dog parks, 43 ice rinks at 22 locations, 7 skate parks, 102 miles of Grand Round trails, 12 authorized beaches, 10 fishing piers, 5 boat launches, and 397 sailboat buoys. That is just an overview. That is not everything we do, but that shows you some of the numbers of what our staff does on a daily basis. The structure of this department, we have a admin assistant. We have 5 park ops managers, 1 for each service area. And then each of those folks have a hub that they work out of, one North Operations Center, Parade Tool, Northeast Service Center, Hiawatha Tool, Wobbin Tool, and our largest hub at the Southside Operations Center. The boundary of each of these areas is created based on efficiency and travel from maintenance locations. We have 5 park operations managers, and they direct and manage the maintenance, including park buildings, amenities, trails, grounds, programs, and events, ensuring a high standard of delivery. They do a lot of their job as staff management. So we have 3 collective bargaining agreements that work in our department. 2 of the collective bargaining agreements dictates how we manage staff. They also spend a great deal of time with the internal departments that we provide support to. So we provide an extreme amount of support to recreation, customer service, park police, CCVP, all the things you see out in the parks we support. So they spend a lot of time planning to make sure those go as smooth as possible. We also coordinate with citywide services and projects for rehab work, trades work, and equipment maintenance. And then they do spend a lot of time with our planning department to give feedback on projects and walkthrough of construction projects that we will eventually care for. Our service area crew leaders, we have 21 service area crew leaders there spread throughout the city, and they hold bids with our collective bargaining agreement. Their work is to organize daily projects, assign work to staff, coordinate work activity, payroll, all of the things that keep this large department moving. They spend a lot of time training and coaching staff, and they respond to our work order system to maintain park facilities. They oversee the equipment, athletic fields, buildings, grounds, and material requirement for sports and programs. And they respond in a timely manner to equipment-related programs or emergencies. They do all our purchasing, and they are also a huge amount of internal support to our other departments. Crew leaders are usually the first call by folks when something's going wrong out there, and their response is amazing. Park keepers. So we have got an amazing group of park keepers out there working to keep the parks maintained on a daily basis. We in asset management have 114 full-time park keepers that work with us. They do all the nuts and bolts. They clean and maintain rec centers, picnic shelters, restrooms, rental spaces, and maintenance facilities. They maintain park grounds, including turf, trail, athletic facilities, sidewalks, and parking lots. Support program and events by providing maintenance support. All the snow removal and entrances, sidewalks and stuff, litter removal, and they clean and inspect the pools, and of course, all of the other things, the exterior restrooms, and everything else that we have going on at this very busy time of year. They are in the collective bargaining unit of 363, and so that contract outlines there's a lot of the schedule work and how they move throughout the system, their bid. So managers and crew leaders work to be in line with that collective bargaining unit. These folks are spread over 7 days a week, 2 shifts. Park keeper trainee program. So we are budgeted for 6 park keeper trainees. This program is pretty neat. We allow applicants to come in without a driver's license, and we work with them to attain their driver's license within the first 6 months of hire, where the rest of our positions do require a driver's license. We hire them 3 at a time, so 3 in the spring, 3 in the fall. They work in a 1-year program, and they learn all aspects of the park keeper job, and when they're done with that 1-year program, they automatically transfer into a park keeper position. So that is a great pathway to a full-time position. Seasonal park maintenance workers. So we are just bringing on our seasonals now. They started April 15th. We need these folks for the peak season, right? Our bathroom dates and times are lined up with when they work. The collective bargaining agreement outlines that they can work for 6 months. So typically that's April 15th to October 15th. They are essential to the permits, the picnics, the exterior restrooms, and all of that outdoor work that we do.
They are split up between the service areas and our partners in the citywide services department. The park board is budgeted for 66 park maintenance seasonals in 2026. 21 of those go to citywide services to help with mowing in the ball fields, and 45 are assigned to asset management. And this is another pathway to the full-time park keeper position. Some of the work that we do that kind of highlighted for you guys, again, this does not encompass everything. Outdoor wading pools and water parks. We are knee deep right now in getting ready for pool season. Wading pools at our non-school sites open the Saturday of Memorial Weekend through Labor Day, and school sites open the day after Minneapolis Public Schools let out for the year and close on Labor Day. Last year we averaged 95% of our pools open on any given day, which is pretty good considering some of the age of some of our pools. So kudos to staff for getting out there, keeping those running. Shifting to winter outdoor ice rinks. So our staff maintain all of the outdoor ice rinks. We began building those ice rinks in December, putting water down to build them. It is a challenge with our current climate. A lot of times we have gotten a really good start to our ice rink season. We get out there, we get the ice, and then it's dependent on Mother Nature, which does not always cooperate. But our staff take an extreme amount of pride in these locations. We have the Golden Boot Award and Golden Nozzle Award, and one of the pictures you see on the screen here is our Van Cleve crew after they won the Golden Boot Award. So looking to recognize the staff that are out there putting the hard work in when the climate maybe isn't helping us at this time. So athletic fields and courts. Work begins on the athletic field system-wide as soon as the frost is out of the ground and the turf has dried to the degree that we can begin to get equipment out on the fields without damaging the turf. Ideally, we need the ground temperatures to be above 50 degrees to perform turf maintenance that we need to keep the fields in playable condition. The design of the fields and the products used are also a factor. For example, sand-based fields dry quicker than normal topsoil or clay. But we do get out there as soon as humanly possible because the public schools want to use them in March. So hard courts, work begins on hard courts as soon as the snow melts. We clean up the winter debris and install the nets and try to get it out as soon as we possibly can for folks. Outdoor maintenance. So this is kind of just general outdoor maintenance. Asset management is responsible for cleaning and supporting events, picnics, permits, and concessionaire spaces in both regional and neighborhood parks. We do a variety of lake maintenance, docks, buoys, and beaches, litter and refuse removal, playground maintenance, turf and vegetation maintenance, manual weed control, and trail maintenance. We're also responsible for snow removal of the ice rinks, building entrances, paths, and sidewalks. In the spring, we shoot for having parking lots, trails, and steps cleaned and open by April 1st, weather permitting. Restroom maintenance, everybody's favorite request out there, so I thought I'd add a slide on this. Regional bathrooms open April 15th to October 15th. As you can see, those dates line up with when our seasonal staff come on. We aim to get those open by 8 a.m. Neighborhood park sites open the Saturday of Memorial Weekend through Labor Day weekend, and those open at 10 a.m. with the wading pools. And then the portable restrooms are budgeted April 15th through October 15th. Building maintenance. So our staff does a great job of maintaining all of our rec centers and facilities and service centers. And so that's a year-round activity for us. We do have dedicated park keepers for 98% of our buildings. Asset management works very closely with our partners in recreation and visitor services to provide a clean and welcoming facility for the public to enjoy. Outside of our daily and weekly cleaning, we also support internal customers in many requests to move recreation supplies and programming throughout the city. So. And then highlights and deliverables for asset management for this year. We just kicked off, we soft launched inspection program with Recreation as a partner. in 2025, and we'll continue that work and expand it to all facilities, not just rec centers. We continue to formalize our playground and pool inspection process. And so that's exciting for us. We are using our cartograph system to support that work too, which is our new asset management system. So communications, some of this work we had in the works anyways, and some of it was in response to the employee survey. We're rolling out monthly staff meetings with common talking points and agendas so that all staff, regardless of place or title, are receiving the same information. Our staff are spread throughout the organization, with many reporting directly to rec centers. The information they currently receive may not be the same as staff that report to one of our hubs, so our goal is to formalize this and include timely safety topics, organizational and department priorities, and create a space for staff to give feedback on current areas of concern. Again, I mentioned Cartograph. That's our work order system. It's been rolled out to our park ops managers and crew leaders. This year, we're rolling it out to our park keeper staff. And just so you know, from May to December of 2025, staff completed 976 tasks in addition to their regular routes and regular scheduled work. So that is an extreme lift, and we are happy to have that tracked, which we did not have before. So I'm excited to see that grow. One of our budget goals is to do a trash and recycling audit. We have the city of Minneapolis rolling carts out in our neighborhood parks. We do have an agreement with the city for that. We're auditing those to make sure it's the right amount of cans. Is it, do we need to make some adjustments to have some cost savings? We've also got waste management dumpsters, and then our regional toter cans, which our staff manage. So we are doing an audit of that. We're going to look and see if we're headed in the right direction. Do we have cost savings, and is this where we need to be? So excited to get that done this year. And then staffing. So staffing is always kind of on our mind and on our agendas, especially with the ops managers and the crew leaders. We are always excited to get new parcels and new parks, and I've seen a lot of them come on in my almost 30 years. We are very grateful with Great Cone Upper Harbor Terminal to get additional staff. We've gotten additional staff with Weber and the Commons and a few other parks. One of the things that we spend a lot of time doing is talking about how we're going to manage the assets that we don't always get system equity staff for. So that is a challenge for us. And the other thing, we are doing some improvements this year, last year, and next year is training. So we've doubled our training opportunities for our staff. We incorporated CPR and first aid training, playground maintenance training, de-escalation training, and the next goal being leadership training opportunities. So I would like to give a huge shout out to the asset management staff. They're out there doing a great job, and I'm very proud to represent them up here. This is a very brief overlook of what they do. So thank you very much for your time tonight. I'll turn it back over to Jeremy.
All right. Thank you, Becky. And yeah, as the interim director of the Citywide Services and Projects Department, I'm back. This is a new department that was created this is its first year of existence. And so previously, the 5 work units within this department were a part of asset management. So everything Becky just walked you through, in addition to these 5 work units of horticulture, trades, citywide services, projects and systems, and then the fleet as well. So I will walk you through each of these work units that make up this newly formed department, where the director interviews are next week. So we're very excited about that, and we're very hopeful that there will be a new director to take this role on and lead this group. And I'll start with horticulture, and you also, this is managed by Kate Ryan, who you'll have the pleasure to hear from a little bit later in the Ops and Environment Committee. But Kate is our hort manager. She's been with us for, I think, 7 years. Yeah, 7 years. She's done an incredible job of growing, no pun intended, our horticulture program. And so I'll do my best to synthesize it. Hopefully I do it justice, but it's a source of pride for us, I feel, with the work that's been done here to really pull the program together under one thing or one operation and share out what it's doing. But there's 10.5 acres of landscape plantings, shrub stands, foundation plantings around buildings, in addition to the 9 formal gardens, 5 native meadows, and 3 decorative fountains. And the key deliverables of this group are the landscape maintenance, and as well as rehabilitation installation projects that they'll work with planning on. But then there's a good component of public engagement and education through volunteer events, the youth employment projects, public and private garden tours, participating in public events, as well as collaborating with Hennepin County or Hennepin Technical College, and then providing garden signage and displays. They've done some really cool stuff with the trolls. I don't know if you saw that exhibit, but they do a lot of stuff like that, and maintaining the social media. But then what you'll hear about later in Ops and Environment, and what you saw last board meeting in the PNC, the integrated pest management. So Kate and her team are responsible for pulling all those records together and tracking our use of pesticides and reporting on that. Staffing, so we have 3 park core positions in this group this year, and then we also hire 18 seasonals to assist our 10 full-time positions in the growing season, and those 10 positions are divided by 5 are focused on the formal gardens, and 5 are mobile, and they move throughout a service area. We have 1 equipment operator with this group that primarily runs the water truck and helps with like large deliveries and moving equipment. And then we have 2 horticulture crew leaders, as well as our hort manager, Kate Ryan. So this staff is spread out across the park system, reporting in 6 different locations in all 5 service areas. And from late April to October, they provide 7 days a week coverage from 6:30 to 3. So it's a fast-moving group. In 2026, things they're looking forward to, again, those rehabilitation and installation projects where we collaborate with planning. They've got 6 sites there that they have queued up for 2026. Then we have their own lead identified within their service areas as a need projects where they're going to rehab those facilities and install new landscapes, and those 5 are listed there. And then new landscape features, handoffs. So they take over the landscapes once they're done as part of a planning capital improvement. So those are 3 sites that we'll be taking on this year as Falwell, Bryn Mawr, and Whittier. And when we look at that, Kate's done a tremendous job of tracking the actual area, the square footage of horticultural space that we're responsible for. And in looking at plans coming online, there's a tremendous amount of growth coming down the line. The community wants these green spaces, and they see that as a key feature in the parks. And so as planning and the capital improvement projects move forward, we are going to see an increase in these horticultural areas. So we want to get that out there. And then I'll switch over to trades. So the trade shop is led by Brian Massich, who joined us about 4 years ago, I would say, somewhere 4 or 5 years ago. And the trades really breaks down into essentially seven shops. The cement shop, which also includes, or the carpentry shop, which also includes the keys. So carpentry is, of course, doing repairs and renovations on the buildings, fabricating new things, hockey boards, lifeguard stands, etc. But then there's also this key management shop. So all the keys for the doors and throughout the system is managed out of our carpentry group, and that includes installing new locks, repairing locks, rekeying, etc. The cement shop, and each of these groups has anywhere from like 5 to 7 people within them. So the cement shop, they do sidewalks, trails, they do concrete work around the different park amenities, benches, and they work with the ADA coordinator to do compliant ramps and walkways. Then we have the electrical shop, which is responsible for all the electrical installation and maintenance, so park lighting within the parks, the pathway lighting, building lighting, athletic field lighting, and then power supplies for events, fountains, and seasonal amenities. The paint shop paints both interior and exterior. They also are responsible for the graffiti, and that we have a couple of graffiti wagons. We have about 5 painters, and in the summer, sometimes 3 of them are on graffiti wagons, removing graffiti throughout the system. The plumbing shop, similar, five plumbers, Right now, they're out turning everything on. I think I've shared with you before, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of like 465 individual turn-ons. And some of them are simple, some of them are complicated, but they have a window. We try to get it done within 4 to 6 weeks of the season once the freeze-thaw cycle is more consistent and we are confident that it's not going to freeze again. They hit the ground running with getting everything turned on. And then the HVAC shop, which is the heating and cooling for all of the buildings, including headquarters. So highlights for 2026, the paint shop's going to be focused on painting. You know, they get out and they have a rotation on the wading pools. We repaint a handful of those every season so that we have some consistency there. Trails and parking facilities, remarking those things. That's what we'll be focused on again in 26. The plumbing shop, obviously the seasonal activation, we're always trying to get better about that, but then there is going to be this new curb stop installation at Cedar Park, which is to enhance the water drinking system there. The cement shop, they're going to be doing some structural repairs at the Southside Operations Center. There's a retaining wall that needs some work, as well as at Nokomis Park to enhance safety and longevity. The carpentry shop will be installing memorial benches. That's a great program for us. They do a really wonderful job there, and they do that with the cement shop as well. And then they'll also be working to do some roof replacement at Lyndhurst. The electrical shop will continue to support operations and capital improvements, doing utility locates for all the tree planting that's done. Our electrical shop goes out, and all the tree planting in parks are marked by the electrical shop. And then they're doing some wire installations at Nokomis and MLK athletic fields. So they will also be responsible for with a lot of the wire theft that's happened. The electrical shop goes out and reinstalls the wiring and works to improve that. And so some other cross-shop facility projects, we have the old HR space here at headquarters that's on our queue for in the fall, late fall. We'll use the trades shop, the different trade shops to get that work done, to freshen that space up and allow a new group to move in there. And then we're currently just wrapping up the Nokomis gym ceiling replacement. So that was a big project for us to replace the ceiling tiles, and then they did some lighting upgrades and interior painting at Nokomis Community Center. Switching to citywide operations, so this is the equipment operators. This is a group of about 32 folks in total, and they're responsible for the mowing in the regional parks, the mowing in the neighborhood parks, the snow removal of the pathways, trails, the regional trails, the parking lots, kind of all the bigger spaces that, you know, Becky talked about asset management responsible for entryways and sidewalks. This group is doing all the other bigger stuff. For snow removal in winter, trash collection year-round throughout the regional system, and then the Tier 1 athletic fields of Boston, Neiman, and Parade. Those ball fields are under their purview. And this is managed by Sean Hockett, who's our park ops manager for the citywide operations group. And so for 2026, we're looking at reorganizing the entire mowing route system to improve efficiency. This has been one. We try to take, each year we try to circle something. Like several years ago, we circled the pools. We wanted to get better at managing the pools, and that's why we're able to now report 95% of the pools are open. Mowing has been a perennial one. We've always wanted to do mowing better. And so each year we take a run at that. And so this year we're going to be using iPads. We've got several iPads in the hands of the mowers with the routes, and we're going to continue to work through those challenges using GIS, communicating with mowers to do a better job and deliver a better service. But then also we're going to be developing a new baseball, softball field mowing crew so that we can provide better service at those facilities. And this is kind of out of order because the key deliverables, this is projects and systems, sorry. So projects and systems is another group. Currently the manager is vacant here. This was Krista Roche's position before. This is a manager and an analyst that act as kind of our data analytics for the department and have been instrumental in implementing a lot of the system improvements for asset management and now citywide. And they also facilitate our MPP 20 rehab programs that are within the group. So courts, trails, and surface pavements. But they've been using GIS and technology and asset lifecycle programs kind of over the past 3 years to improve that, to improve our delivery of things like mowing, plowing, trash collection are now done in a real-time tracking system. They've implemented the new Enterprise Asset Management System, Cartograph, also known as OpenGov and CityWorks, but Cartograph, the asset management system, they were instrumental of working with ITS to identify the vendor and start to implement those things. And then we've built some life cycle rehab programs for courts, trails, drinking fountains, and some other assets with this group. And so highlight in 26 is we're going to recruit and onboard a new manager. Start there. And then again, improve mowing, always looking to improve plowing and trash collection as well. And then the continued implementation of Cartograph. We've had Cartograph for a little over a year. We're still in that learning phase. We'd like to expand its use and start to really use some of the other tools. Now I'll switch to fleet. Fleet is managed by Dale Walker. He's our fleet manager, and Dale's been with us, I think, for about 8 years. And this is over 2,000 units of large and small equipment. This includes the vehicles, small and large trucks, plows, police vehicles, the weed harvester, tractors. We got a barge, all sorts of equipment, and it's all tracked very precisely and managed really well. This is where the mechanics, we have about 12 mechanics that work to maintain the equipment. We run 2 shifts a day with the mechanics, Monday through Friday. And then we also maintain the reporting programs to adhere to federal, state, and local regulations by law. And so highlights for 26, Dale's done a really good job of focusing on the safer equipment, eco-friendly. He's done a lot of research on hybrids and electric vehicles, and he's introduced them where we can. And he's always kind of looking to take advantage of those things when equipment comes due for replacement. He's looking to optimize it in those areas. They want to continue their education and training around operating new and existing equipment, given the ever-changing world of electronics and AI. So last year was our first year we had these autonomous, and the little green robot there is one of them. We used 2 turf tanks. These are robots that are driven by GPS, and so a park keeper is able to go out, set the program, turn the turf tank loose, and then go do other things while it's driving around striping the field. So we know that technology is out there. We're going to continue to explore it and find ways to take advantage of it. And then Dale plays a critical part in the accident review board. So this is something that was reestablished in 2025 in conjunction with the Risk and Safety Administrator. But every accident that's reported is reviewed by a team from across the organization. And we look at the cause of the accident, and we determine whether it was avoidable or unavoidable. But this is Dale's does a lot of work with tracking, getting the pictures of the damage, and getting the police reports and putting everything together so that committee can efficiently look at everything on a monthly basis. And with that, I will turn it over to Deb Pilger, the Director for Environmental Management, for her to share that.
Excuse me. Good evening, Commissioners. As Jeremy said, excuse me, I'm Deb Pilger, and I'm the Director of our Environmental Management Department. I started my career here at the MPRB more than 30 years ago in what was then called the Environmental Operations Work Unit, and spent several years working on the Chain of Lakes Clean Water Partnership Project and other various water quality projects in education, and then worked in the Asset Management Department for several years in various roles, and then returned to Environmental Management Department about 10 years ago to lead the department. So just a little bit about me. Very excited to be here tonight to share some of the work that we do. There's a lot going on at all times in environmental management. So we really are a citywide department. We provide a variety of citywide services and programs. We organize ourselves into 4 work units that you see on your screen here: natural resources, water resources and stormwater, volunteers and community gardens, and environmental education and youth employment. We have 24 full-time staff members. When I came, there was 1 full-time staffer and a seasonal, so the department has grown quite a bit in the past 30 years, and we also have 11 part-time certified staffers. All of those positions are shown here in this org chart, and they're kind of organized by work unit. I do want to point out that this org chart on the screen only shows our full-time and our part-time certified staffers. We also do hire and utilize more than 60 seasonal staffers each year to get our work accomplished. And in addition, our youth employment program, which includes the Teen Team Works, Park Care Crews, and Minneapolis Park Corps that you've heard mentioned a couple times, is employing more than 160 teens and young adults this summer. So we've got a lot of folks involved in our work. This is a picture of our amazing team holding a replica of the NRPA gold medal the organization won a couple of years ago. Not everyone's pictured here, but it's really one of my favorite shots of our staff. Everybody just looks very happy. It's out in Worth Park. It was a beautiful day that we were out having a staff potluck to celebrate our year. Our staff really do take a ton of pride in their work. They're very dedicated to their jobs. They're dedicated to each other and to the organization. I really feel it's a privilege to work with all the folks in my department. So this evening, I will provide a brief overview of what each of our work units do, and I'll highlight some of our 2026 initiatives that my staff and I are especially excited to share. So I'm going to start with our Natural Resources Work Unit. So that work group manages more than 400 acres of natural areas in the park system and also coordinates native revegetation projects. Their work is primarily land-based. The field work is performed by a combination of our own field staff, contractors, and our Conservation Corps young adult program crew. These staff maintain native plant communities. They control invasive species, conduct native plant surveys. They're performing prescribed burns, assisting with volunteer restoration efforts, and manage contracted work. 2025 was the first time in more than 15 years that our own staff was conducting these prescribed burns. So they're very excited to be out in that role, and I know you've been seeing a lot of emails regarding their work. Our burn season is probably winding down soon for the spring, but that expansion into that work of being able to do our own prescribed burning was really made possible by the organization's recent expansion of our staffing in natural resources. Our work is primarily guided by our Phase 1 and Phase 2 natural areas management plans, and they have these associated management briefs that exist for 19 individual management briefs exist within the Phase 2 natural areas management plan. That plan has these called out, and they're prioritized. They consist of about 126 acres of various sites. The briefs outline initial conditions as well as restoration and management issues and goals and strategies. This is a picture of the management brief at the Tamarack Bog in Worth Park. And briefs also exist for several other natural areas such as the 36th Street Prairie and William Berry Forest and our other areas. One of the highlights in natural resources in 2026 is going to be the creation of 8 additional management briefs. This will expand our prioritized managed natural areas by an additional 179 acres, which is pretty significant. We're also updating 6 of our current initial management briefs, and these accomplishments are both directly related to the natural areas performance goals that were set by the most recent board. So, shifting to water resources. Oh, I forgot to mention, oops. Also wanted to let you know that 2026 marks the year of our 10th year of goat browsing as a way to help control and manage invasive species. Most of that work has been done in Worth Park, and it's been one of our non-chemical tools that we've been able to employ to help control invasive species. And another highlight for our year is that we will be completing the installation of the Boggs Boardwalk. That boardwalk was torn out in 2025 by our staff, and we started the replacement in 2025, and we'll be finishing it by fall of 2026. Most of the work in the field's been done by our own staff. Our Park Corps crew has been helping also, and then our Conservation Corps crew. The materials for this were funded by a one-time state appropriation, so we were really excited to be able to have some of those dollars directed to environmental management. And we had an excellent collaboration on this project between our planning staff and our trade staff and environmental management. So I wanted to point that out to all of you. Now, shifting to water resources and stormwater. One of the primary roles of the Water Resources and Stormwater Work Unit is to monitor and manage the water quality of Minneapolis lakes. Water Resources has a very intensive lake and stormwater monitoring program and has collected more than 20 years of data. This data is important for assessing lake health, for making sound short and long-term management decisions, and really to protect public health. This group is also responsible for monitoring the Weber Natural Swimming Pool, the MPRB beaches, stormwater, and stormwater BMPs, and I'll highlight a little bit more about each of these on a future slide. The group's also leading the stormwater management program expansion. I do want to take a minute to point out that it is kind of a unique situation that urban lakes have as much direct user contact that we have in Minneapolis. People are swimming in our lakes, they're sailing, they're fishing. It's really fantastic, and it's really, and we really value the association that people have with the lakes in the city. And you know, it is part of our mission to preserve and protect the lakes, and we do take that very seriously. Shifting to stormwater and BMP monitoring, this is part of our NPDES permit, which you heard about in last week's budget retreat. And as I stated last week, the MPRB is part of this NPDES permit since we own pipes that are carrying stormwater. The general purpose of the permit, for those of you that weren't able to hear about it last week, is to reduce the discharge of pollutants from municipal stormwater systems into local water bodies to the maximum extent practicable. The pictures are of staff sampling soil at a green infrastructure site and also some of our remote field sampling equipment. Also wanted to share in 2026, we are monitoring some BMPs that are out in the city. Some of those are at the Kings Highway Pond, which is adjacent to our 3800 Bryant Service Center, Bryn Mawr Ponds, which is a new site for us in 2026, and the Heritage Park Ponds, which we've monitored on and off for the last several years. This is a partnership with the City of Minneapolis Public Waters, City of Minneapolis Public Works Surface Water and Sewers Department, and this is part of the work of that stormwater program that we're working to expand for the MPRB in order to improve our federal permit compliance and to support that management of stormwater infrastructure and BMPs on park properties that we are needing to do. So I did share this graphic at last week's budget retreat, but I wanted to share it again tonight as environmental management is currently leading the development of the expanded stormwater program for the organization. And as I stated last week, no one department at the MPRB manages every aspect of stormwater management. There are many pieces to stormwater management, and it is a complex undertaking. We are building out the pieces of our stormwater program that you see on the screen, and it really will take us a few years to complete this puzzle. Our Water Resources and Stormwater Unit also performs bacteria and harmful algal bloom monitoring once a week at 12 beaches from Memorial Day to Labor Day. This program is important to protect public health of beach and natural swimming pool users. At the beaches, we test for the presence of E. coli bacteria, which serves as an indicator organism for the presence of harmful bacteria. And we also started testing for algal toxins a few years ago. We follow various agency standards, and we do close beaches and Weber if bacteria levels exceed standards. And we will post advisories if algal toxin levels exceed standards. As commissioners, you will get email notifications if and when closures or advisories occur. We also monitor for a couple of other bacteria at the Weber Natural Swimming Pool called Enterococci and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Our highlights for this work group in 2026 include continuing to expand our stormwater program, and also helping to advance the work of the Minneapolis Thriving Waters Partnership, which is working towards implementing water quality projects in the Minnehaha Creek watershed in Minneapolis. Both environmental management and planning staff are part of the technical team for this partnership, and we're really excited to get some of this work underway. In 2026, we're also pursuing grant funding for a 2027 alum treatment for Cedar Lake, and we're doing that in partnership with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District and the City of Minneapolis. MCWD and the MPRB are the lead agencies in this work, but it is a partnership project. Shifting to volunteers in community gardens, environmental management acts as the primary coordinator for environmental stewardship divisional volunteer activities. Our volunteer activities occur primarily in gardens, natural areas, and the regional parks. We organize these into 3 primary programs for the one-time group service projects. Those are typically groups of a size of about 5 to 30 volunteers with a time commitment of maybe 2 to 3 hours. They're doing various activities like planting, trash removal, mulching, and general garden care, and removal of invasive species in some of our natural areas. The number of one-time groups that you see on the screen here is one of our largest in the last 10 years, and we've increased our numbers of one-time groups by 190% in the past 10 years. Park stewardship agreements, individuals and groups apply to steward designated natural areas and gardens, and the stewards take on ongoing responsibility for site care and improvement. Like the one-time groups, our number of stewardship agreements have increased significantly in the past 10 years by over 210%. Staff-led garden maintenance volunteering is also a piece of our environmental stewardship volunteer programs. These are held at 6 sites this year in 2026. 4 of those sites are led by our horticulture staff that Jeremy was highlighting in the last presentation, and then our environmental management volunteer staff leads those activities at 2 sites. Volunteers generally support seasonal garden care and kind of work spring through fall. They do welcome drop-ins. Sometimes people are visiting the sites weekly, sometimes they're monthly, but they're a big help to our garden program. This program has grown from 1 staff-led drop-in site to the 6 sites that are now here in the past 10 years. So we've seen a lot of growth in our volunteerism and volunteer programs. In community gardens, we established our first community garden program in 2018 by the Park Board adopting its community garden policy, and the first garden was installed in 2019 at Franklin Steel Square. Now in 2026, we have 12 locations within our neighborhood park system that have community gardens, along with 4 MPRB-owned parcels called Legacy Gardens that are leased to community organizations. Almost 200 families participate in this program. It's free of charge, and one of their primary goals is to grow food for themselves and their families. This has been really an excellent program. It was assigned to environmental management back in 2018, and it's just been a great kind of adventure for us to be on to build this program out. The community garden policy, most of you are probably familiar with it, but it did create an equitable process for plot allocation where we are prioritizing Minneapolis residents who lack access to land and intend to grow food. This approach avoids the inequities often associated with first come, first served gardens. And one of the other kind of cool things about this program is that in addition to individual garden plots, all of our MPRB sites have these shared spaces where all park visitors are welcome to harvest. So if you're ever out in the gardens and you see a community garden, you can go over there and find the bed that has a little sign up that says you're welcome to harvest there. Reports and recognition are an important component of our volunteer and community garden programs. A yearly racial equity evaluation is conducted on the community garden program. This report, along with the volunteer impact report, is posted on our website, shared on social media, and then we shared both of these reports earlier this year with the board as part of petitions and communications. We see volunteers as a very important piece of our work to take care of our parks, and we want to recognize their contributions. We do honor volunteers at an annual open house with swag and through ongoing social media promotions. In 2025, if you look at the number of hours that volunteers contributed to the park system, that brings their value of contributions to almost $1.3 million, which is very significant for us. In 2026, we're excited that we added a new volunteer coordinator position in late 2025. This increases we've been seeing in the volunteer participation that I highlighted a couple of slides ago really led us to the need to add another staffer just to manage the demand and keep our program a quality program. We're eager to expand natural area volunteerism through this increased one-time group opportunities and recurring opportunities with this new position. So you'll be seeing more opportunities out there this year, excuse me. We're also working to enhance the role of community garden leads in the community garden program. So our biggest work unit in environmental management is environmental education and youth employment. Environmental ed provides year-round nature-based programming at recreation centers, neighborhood parks, and regional parks. The environmental ed programs are well-loved and they are very popular. In 2025, we had more than 30,000 participants in our EE youth programs. Our Neighborhood Naturalist program is a mobile program that serves youth at all the recreation centers with seasonally appropriate programs. We also run year-round nature-based programs, including summer camps in regional parks. Environmental Ed also manages and programs the Croning Nature Center. We are thrilled about the recent changes at Croning, including the updated name. We've got some new exhibits a few years ago and added a nature adventure course and nature play space. EE also is responsible for the management of Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden. The garden is the oldest public wildflower garden in the United States, and it serves thousands of visitors each year. It has more than 600 different species of plants and more than 130 bird species. If you haven't been out there, it's a really special place, and I encourage you to get out sometime before it closes in mid-October if you can. Aquatic invasive species inspection and education is also led by environmental ed staff. AIS can be really detrimental to water bodies and can really be an ecosystem changer for our lakes and streams. So we're really working hard to prevent the spreads of these species. One of the things that we've required as an organization is that all watercraft using MPRB boat launches have to have an AIS inspection before entering and exiting a water body. That was an action this board passed in March of 2026. It's an annual action we bring to the board for consideration. We conduct about 6,000 inspections per year, and we're really working hard to educate not only boaters, but also people that are out in the parks about their role in stopping AIS. Environmental education also operates the JD Rivers Children's Garden, where we have free gardening programs for children, and that is a work and training site for teens where we run a seasonal produce market. As part of Superintendent Van Gora's desire to reimagine Teen Teamworks, youth employment was moved into environmental management in late 2020. As part of this change, we're working to build progressive work experiences for youth in park and green jobs. We've rebranded the program as YETI, Youth Employment and Training Initiatives. And yes, we got permission from the Yeti Cooler Company to do that. In the last few years, YETI has grown to include a new program, Minneapolis Park Corps, which you heard me reference a couple times in our work unit of natural resources, working with them. They're working with the gardeners that Jeremy mentioned. We've got young folks working in the paint shop, carpentry shop, and mechanic shop, and in recreation citywide camps. The Park Corps focuses on young adults ages 18 to 24, and it's kind of an internship model. We're just in, I think, our second or third year of that program. It's a newer program for us, and it's mostly funded through a state appropriation that's going to end in June 2027. 2026 does mark the 40th anniversary of Teen Teamworks. It's one of our highlights for the year. This is the Park Board's foundational job training program that is really for kids ages 14 to 18, and we're really proud to highlight this important milestone. At next week's Superintendent Report of Officers, you'll get a peek at the video that we've created to share with others to mark this special moment in time. And then you'll be able to learn more about the Youth Employment Program during a summer study item report that we'll bring to the board. We're also pleased to highlight the Children's Art and Nature Festival that is happening in May at Croning Nature Center. This festival is the first of its kind at Croning and is funded by a Hennepin County Youth Arts grant. Lastly, a significant project at Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden this year will reimagine and renovate the entry experience from Theodore Wirth Parkway up to the parking lot and then down to the garden's main gate. You can see the concept design here on your screen. This is considered phase 1 of some projects at Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden, and in phase 1, it will improve the walking trails and ADA access to the garden entrance gate from the existing parking lot. We'll provide a public gathering space for outdoor learning and education, and we'll create an enhanced welcoming experience by bringing the garden beyond the renovated entrance gate. So phase 1 of the project is shown here in the blue line. There's also a tree walk project potentially planned in the future for this site, so there's a lot of exciting stuff happening at this site. So there are many meaningful things happening in environmental management. Thank you for taking the time to learn more about the important work we do. Thanks. And now I'll turn it over to Forestry Director Chris McMaster.
Hey, everybody. Of course, the new guy gets to go last. I started here as the Director of Forestry about 14 months ago. Before that, I served with the City of Dallas as the Superintendent of Forestry and some time as the City Forester. We'll go ahead and move that forward. The Minneapolis Urban Forest is an amazing and living asset that provides real and active benefits for the residents and visitors of the city of Minneapolis. It is the responsibility and privilege of the MPRB Forestry Department to care for, protect, manage, grow, enhance, I can go on and on all day long, right? For the urban forest of Minneapolis. Some of the most important things that we do are educate the community about the urban forest and connect the community to its urban forest. So here is our org chart. We do this with 75 full-time positions. Similar to some of the presentations earlier, we're broke down into 5 service areas. 4 of them are geographic across the city. The final is downtown and regional unit. We also have 3 coordinators. 1 outreach coordinator, a preservation coordinator, and a sustainable forestry coordinator, along with a customer service team. But I want to point your attention to the fact that we have 41 arborists on staff and 13 arborist crew leaders on staff. A lot of cities that you'll interact with would say, hey, we have arborists working. We take it a step further. It is a requirement of our arborists to be certified arborists with the ISA. You just don't see that across the country. You don't see that in the private sector either. You'll get advised to call a certified arborist if you have a tree issue. Oftentimes that's the owner of the company. It may be the crew leader or foreman on site. Every single person you see working on a tree, a public tree in Minneapolis from our department is a certified arborist. So that's really impressive. Like I said, you don't see it anywhere, and I think you can realize it when you go and look at the urban forest that we enjoy on a daily basis. We also have a forestry outreach or forestry operations manager that oversees all of these service areas, and the service areas are run by forestry foremen. So a little bit about numbers. I'm sure you guys have kind of seen these numbers in the past, but I just talked about 75 full-time employees. 200,000 boulevard trees, 1,100 miles of streets, 400,000 estimated park trees on 7,000 acres of parkland. The really neat thing about this department is that we operate outside of parkland. We are on every street across the entire city. We're in every public piece of property. And really, it gives us the opportunity to meet the residents of Minneapolis where they're at. We see them in front of their house on a daily basis, right? And so I think it's really unique for us to talk about that. And then the other side of that is this slide, which is our storm response. The forestry department is critical when we have an emergency situation. Streets need to be opened, obviously because we've got debris everywhere, and nobody wants to see that, but emergency services has to get through. And so forestry is there to provide assistance with reopening our streets, starting with our primary routes and moving throughout the city. We work with a lot of different organizations to do that, but we are that emergency responder for the city of Minneapolis. So a little bit about what we do. Our work is relatively seasonal right now. You've probably seen our crews out planting trees. Many of you know we're planting over 7,500 trees this year across the entire system. We just lived through Emerald Ash Borer, the huge impacts that we had for that. And so the way that we manage the urban forest is through an increase in diversity. What we shoot for is to not have more than 20% of the composition of the urban forest coming from one genera. I'm happy to report that this year, our last genera, which was maple, has fallen below 20%. So as of this year, we're at 19%. Keep in mind, when Emerald Ash Borer came into town, ash was at about 17%. So a grain of salt, but we're moving in the right direction. To speak to that, we're also monitoring all these trees for pests and diseases. And the work that we do consistently ranks this department as one of the best in the country. It's also kind of nice when you're the last person to go. The benefit to that, I think, is nobody's going to follow me when I say we have the best staff in the system. All right, so. Another thing that I want to talk about is our customer service team. So we have a 3-person customer service team, and they are superstars. They field calls from all over the city. Can you imagine having a storm and fielding calls from the entire city about trees that are down in front of their house, their driveway's blocked, they've got a tree down on their street. They're also filtering everything in from 911 and 311. Yeah, they are outstanding. On a normal day, they're talking to people about their trees. They're managing requests that come in. Maybe, I don't want that tree that you're planting in front of my house. I want this tree. Okay, well, how can we get to that point? They're talking to people about difficult things, like private tree condemnation. And that's not an easy task, but like I said, they are amazing. As I mentioned earlier, we have a forestry preservation coordinator. This person is directly involved in every single construction project across the city. I mean, they are in the room with a tree perspective. That doesn't often happen across the United States, but we have somebody there willing to be there and able to make decisions and speak specifically for tree impacts on every single project. He works tirelessly building networks, providing expertise and information for any of these project managers to make sure that we do everything that we can do to preserve trees through construction process. He's also doing field inspections throughout construction. He's reporting back if something happens in, the plan that was developed didn't get followed and trees get damaged. He's there to collect fees for the damage caused to those trees. He's also a great speaker. He's a go-to person when it comes to engaging with the community, and he's always open and willing to do that. I asked him what his highlights for this year are, and he works on every single project. I'm not joking. He's the guy that works on every project when it comes to trees in the city. The thing that he's looking forward to the most this year is the fact that we are going to work with our partners at the city of Minneapolis to update and revise the urban forest policy. It's been about 10 years since that was done. And so for us to be able to get in there and change some things that need to be changed that probably should have been changed a few years back is a big deal. And it also impacts how he interacts with the city and these different companies. The outreach coordinator, she's instrumental in interacting with the community, telling our story, engaging and finding out what the needs of the community are, looking for every opportunity for us to engage in volunteer planting or volunteer pruning, which was started back up this year, things like that. And I can't tell you how pleased I was with Arbor Day, and how pleased I am that Carrick beat me to the punch of thanking the commissioners for their support and attendance at Arbor Day. It's a really neat celebration to see the community come out and talk about trees, get involved, learn the different aspects of what we do, and interact with our staff in a way that they don't always get to. It's just a fun environment, and if you haven't been, I really recommend that you go. And if you have been, I know you're going to want to come back. So that's pretty exciting for us, and it was a big lift. And I know there was a sigh of relief, I guess, to get through it, but it came off great. And you got to see kind of the gambit of what we do in our outreach events, whether it's educating, providing kids climb, Ask the Arborist. We get to do something that's a little bit different with the bucket truck rides. We did have an equipment exploration station, which that was a carryover from last year, and I think it was well attended as well. And there's also a lot of opportunity for tabling, which we do both at our own events and at our partners' events. So what are we looking forward to in outreach? Well, obviously there's Arbor Day again. This presentation was made before Arbor Day, but it was a great event. And the exciting thing is now that we're through that, we can start working on the rest of the year. So we've got a few new things going on. We've got tree stewards taking place with citizens to come and learn how to properly prune and care for trees. They get to come out and provide a little bit of work on trees that they really care about with the oversight of a professional arborist on hand to help teach and guide them. So that's a new item for us. We're also rolling out some community meetings this year, spread across the city to really talk about what the state of the urban forest is and how we can interact with each and every individual neighborhood. It's something that we've kind of had to pull back from because of our response to Emerald Ash Borer, and we're excited to get back and doing that work. Speaking of Emerald Ash Borer, spent the better part of a decade removing ash trees across the city one of the things that got kind of left behind in that process is pruning. And so for probably the first time since we started EAB and ash tree removal, we spent a good portion of the year pruning our trees and doing preventative maintenance. This is probably the most important thing that we can do. It's the thing that's been waiting the longest for us to get back to, and we're excited to be back in that work. I do think that we have some arborists on staff that haven't seen that before and haven't really been immersed in tree pruning. So we're getting to see some new things, and that's really exciting because that's going to pay dividends in the future as we move forward. And then the final slide. Sorry. Final slide. Just a little bit more about what we talked about. We're looking to engage with the community in new and meaningful ways, providing a very high standard of quality work across the system, and also investing in our staff. We spend a lot of time and resources sending our staff to trainings, formal trainings, but it's so important for what we do. They have so many certifications to maintain and keep up with, and all of them want to push and do and learn more. And so for us to shift beyond providing the normal safety and arboricultural practices type trainings to professional development, leadership training, so that we can grow these high quality individuals into everything that they possibly can be. That is key to the work that we do, because we know that if we take care of our people, they're going to take care of our residents. And and then just a note, MPRB and the City of Minneapolis recognizes the Tree City USA for the 46th consecutive year, and received the Tree City USA Growth Award for the 31st year and counting. So pretty exciting. Thank you.
All right. Is that okay? We do actually, if folks have questions, I'm going to ask them to say them, because we have some folks for the naming on the admin and finance agenda that may have to leave here. So we're going to recess right now, go to admin and finance, and hopefully get through that item. Secretary Ringgold.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, nothing. No, so I am recessing the full board so that we may move to admin and finance for the time being.
Thank you. Here at 7:13, I'd like to call the Administration and Finance Committee to order. Secretary Ringo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Deshpande.
Here.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Here.
Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Co-Chair Carbajal Moran.
Here.
Co-Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I will take a motion to approve the agenda.
So move.
Oh, I'm sorry. We need, though, to amend the agenda to add amendment, resolution, that's the word I'm looking for, 2026-86 about the Hennepin Youth Activities Grant. If I can ask for motion to amend the agenda with that.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor of the amended agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. I'll take a motion then to approve the 3 minutes. Approval of the minutes from March 4th, 2026, March 18th, 2026, and April 15th, 2026.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. And so we are going to skip through to go to the final resolution because we have family here that would like to speak to that who would need to leave. So if somebody would move the final resolution, please, I would appreciate it.
I'll move resolution 2026-89, resolution accepting the nomination and initiating the public hearing process to rename McCray Park to Wallace Jack O'Neill Jackman Park as proposed by Dr. Tanya Jackman Hampton.
Thank you. We'll have a presentation on it and some comments at the end.
Thank you, Co-Chair Forney. And in order to kind of balance a lot of folks' timing needs at the moment, what I would ideally like to do is skip to the part of this presentation where Dr. Jackman Hampton will share about Jack Jackman, and then be able to come back. Then I would actually ask you to recess admin finance, go back to full board. We can do the assessor report. We can come back and I can give you the more detailed naming policy. But I think then we'll have everybody as efficient as possible in the space. If that,
I appreciate
that's
that.
workable.
Efficiency is important.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to skip a little bit. You're going to a little preview of the slides that you'll get later. So we'll come back to those. And I want to just start here. So what you have ultimately in front of you tonight is a naming nomination to rename McCray Park to Wallace Jack O'Neill Jackman Park. This is a renaming request. It was submitted actually on November 6th, and I should have said 2025 on that slide, so I might even be able to change that before we come back for the revisit of this. And it was nominated by Dr. Tanya Jackman Hampton. Dr. Jackman Hampton is going to give you much more information on who Jack Jackman was. But let me just start by giving a few pieces that we know from a staffing perspective, is that he was a football coach in the 1970s at McCray Park. From what I can tell, we have a very, as many of you know, a very strong legacy of football at McCray Park. Most recently, we lost Derek Robinson, who is kind of the current face, I would say, of football at McCray Park with the Green Machine and all of the coaching. But I think you could look at Jack Jackman as probably the founder of some of the work that we have seen happen in McCray Park around football. Other folks who we've heard at this dais, who have been on this dais, are Ed Solomon. He was a former commissioner. He was also someone very active at McCray Park in that football program and talked very fondly about it. In addition, Jack Jackman was a co-publisher of the Minnesota Spokesman Recorder, and there's some really fun stories about him and his relationship with Minneapolis firefighters and the training of emergency responders in Kenya. So this is a pretty dynamic person with a lot of different facets, of whom I have just learned about, but I think Dr. Jackman Hampton obviously knows him much better. So I will turn it over to you.
Welcome, Dr. Hampton. Pleased to have you here.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I do want to start off by saying thank you for adjusting the agenda for us, and recognizing I am born and raised in Minnesota, love being here, but I also have now a heart in San Diego. And so with that in mind, I'm getting on a plane ride, and that was the reason for the adjustment. So thank you again. And I want to thank Secretary Ringgoldman, and also really you as commissioners and President Olson for having us here this evening. I do have my sister here with me, who frankly, she was born before I was, and was here during most of the earlier years of Dad creating really the opportunity for young men at the McCray Park to learn how to do football. But we wanted to give you a little bit of context about him. And, you know, unfortunately, we lost my father in October of last year. And so we do have a presentation that includes him as an individual living from the time that would 1919 to 1944 to 10/27/25. And so that was his passing. And so this is Wallace Jack Jackman. And he has a very serious face, but yet he was a very kind man. And so embedded in this is his presence and everything that he did for the community. We also have other, and I'll share with the community that is here, We also have other photos that my sister will reference as we talk, but I did want to start off by saying, again, who I am. I'm Dr. Tanya Jackman Hampton, and I am here with my sister Dawn Jackman to advocate for the renaming of McRae Park in honor of our father, Wallace Jack Jackman, or fondly known, frankly, as Coach Jack. We come from a family deeply rooted in service to this community, recognized across generations. My grandfather has a block behind the old Kmart in South Minneapolis, Cecil E. Newman. That was my father's father, second father, who loved him dearly. The second person that I'll recognize is Leuna Q. Newman. She was my grandmother, our grandmother, and his mother. And my late aunt, our late aunt, Norma Jean Williams, was also provided a proclamation. His sister. And our father carried really the legacy forward that they did with his entrepreneurship and community building, always finding ways to give back, especially during a time where redlining existed in South Minneapolis, and there was less opportunity for Black families in particular, and many others, obviously, that existed. He created what we could, or what he could, and where he could. From all different types of acts, small to large, like providing toys, supplies, and meals. He worked for Project Sweetie Pie, some of you might be familiar with that, in North Minneapolis, and partnered there, as well as he led the cavalry for the Minnesota Buffalo Soldiers and was very proud about that work. And he also worked and created what's called the You Speak paper that was really about giving young folks in Minneapolis the opportunity to share their voice and have exposure and gain experience. He brought the boys that he met at McRae Park, that my sister will speak about in a few minutes, to the Minnesota Spokesman Recorder to experience the environment. His impact really impacted many and the lives, and shaped the community and strengthened it, and renaming the park is more about honoring really what happened in the community, and not just about his name, and it's about recognizing the legacy that already lives in this space. I would be remiss if I didn't share that Commissioner Charles Rucker, like a brother to me, was one of the football players. And so with all due respect, I want to pass it to my sister and let her continue to share.
Welcome, Dawn.
Thank you. My name's Dawn Jackman, if you don't know. But right here, number 60, do you recognize that? This is Charles Rucker. He's number 60. So I just wanted to share that. And this is several of my father's other achievements or recognitions or things he's done in the community. This is him in Kenya. He had a fire truck donated from the United States to Kenya. So our father, he didn't wait for an invitation to be a leader. He just showed up. That's who he was. He was a person who showed up one day at McRae Park by driving by, seeing some young guys out there throwing a football back and forth. He stopped. He got out there. He talked to them. Next, he started running drills with them. He became that day their coach. And it was just a simple, unplanned, the beginning of something. It gave those guys at McRae Park a foundation that somebody was there, someone cared, and someone wanted to take them on a journey, because that's what they did. They went on a phenomenal journey as Pee-wee football players to go on to I think it was light weights or something like that, whatever it is, heavyweights, light weights, and stuff. So they went on a journey with our father. And he created for them a sense of belonging. He gave them a safe place where they felt heard, where they looked at him as a father figure, opposed to just a coach. And that's what I hear from a lot of the ones that were on his team. We had to share our father, and we didn't have any problems with that. It was a pleasure to share him with people who felt that he was really something to them as well as he was to us. My father he's recognized, like my sister said, in the community for being a great leader, but it goes back to the individual that he was. He was a man that believed everyone should have an opportunity and everyone should have a voice. He cared deeply. He cared so much about the football players at McCray that he had his employer at the time was Poppin' Fresh donate and sponsor their jerseys, the football equipment, the whole 9 yards. That's how much he was dedicated to making sure that these young boys were able to have something to feel happy and comfortable and be a part of. I just want to briefly, because I don't want to take a lot of time, is just say thank you for hearing our story. And we hope that someone will also recognize the story and take that ball and move forward and make a way or a journey for other children. Thank you.
Thank you both, Dawn and Tanya, for your sharing. Your father, he would be very proud of you tonight, so thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take questions later, but Commissioner Rucker, if you would like to say something, go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to talk to my sisters while they're here. That day that you're talking about, yeah, we were in the park. We didn't have a coach. He just stopped. I mean, he looked like he was dressed to go to a club. You know, he had his leather jacket on, everything like that. But he just stopped, started talking to us, and, you know, he became our coach, in which we needed. There are a lot of families back then that was one-parent household, and he, you know, was a father figure to us. You know, he just wasn't a football coach, but he was a person that put us in spaces that we couldn't go because of redlining back in the day, but he made us feel that we belong. You know, just to give the dice a bit of context with that neighborhood, 46 in Chicago, in 1931, the Lee family had bought a house on 46th in Columbus, a block away from McCray. And, you know, it was a white neighborhood. They slipped through the cracks to buy the home. But white mobs showed up. KKK showed up, burning crosses on their lawn. And just to give you context of how that community was. And then with moving forward, it just started to change because of Coach Jack. Because he fought for us, he fought for the community, along with Ed Solomon, Dr. Johnson, and you know, a few other black leaders, but he was the leader of that group. You know, I can just look back on times where we would go camping. You know, it was a program. It wasn't just football, so he would take us camping. He would just take us to different places, you know, circus and things that we couldn't go to because of redlining. You know, we would go to places that, you know, that we might be called the N-word or whatever, but he was ready to fight for us. And, you know, I'm glad that, you know, this is, you know, up for vote in this committee, and I'm going to support it because of what he brought to the community, what he brought to the kids. He still checked on us, you know, to his, you know, his last day. He would still check on us. You know, he would call up and, you know, he would just say, "Hey, I'm here. Come check on me," or whatever. But we were family, not just me, but the players. You know, like I said, you know, again, I'm gonna support this, you know, wholeheartedly because of what he brought to that community and changed the community. You know, and just like we were talking about the spokesman recorder, you know, it was like we were interns because he would take us there and talk, you know, giving us hope we can be journalists and this is how businesses ran, you know, things like that. And then we did get a couple people that came out that are, you know, journalists, you know, people that write books and things like that, just from those experiences. So he opened up plenty of doors for us that he probably doesn't even know. And then with Kenya, You know, he called me up and said, yeah, I'm going to Kenya. I'm going to go with the fire department, it was Minneapolis Fire Department, to donate a fire rig to him. And then when he gets back, he says, yeah, they knighted me king over there, and I'm they named the fire rig after me. So that's the type of person he was. He just changed he changed things for people where, and I'm just grateful, for it, and thank you for sharing him with us. And I'm continuing his legacy, from just being out here in the community, helping our kids, that needs help. But I'm just going to continue the legacy. So that's all I want
Thank you.
to add to it.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, and I understand that you need to get a plane,
Yes,
so
I
I
do.
really appreciate that we were able to adjust things to make you up for it. So, thank you, and like I say, we will come back to this. So I'm going to recess the board and go back to the full board to.
I was just wondering, could we maybe see the photos a little bit closer
Yes.
to see Commissioner Rucker
Thank you.
in that football uniform way back when?
That's when I had hair, so.
Never seen that.
But truly, we need to recess the Admin and Finance Committee here and go to our regular meeting.
All right, as we pass those, I'll reconvene the regular meeting. We were on the commissioner onboarding. So I will say, if folks have any, I'll ask if folks have any questions or want any discussion on the operations and environment. That's awesome. Okay, let's see here. Commissioner Benny.
I'll just be brief. I just have to acknowledge the presentation. Thank you for putting all the work into the presentation. Thanks for the amazing work that your whole part of the organization does, Assistant Superintendent Barrick. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, President Olson. Actually, I had a few questions. The first was around the process or the formula for allocating trash pickups, trash bins, and portable restrooms, because that's something I hear about all the time.
Sure. President Olson, Vice President Deshpande. So the process, the model that's used, so there's two models essentially. In the neighborhood parks, several years ago, probably 10 to 11 years ago, the park board signed on to using the residential toters for trash recycling in the neighborhood parks. In the regional park, it's toters that we in-house collect with the trash truck. So as Assistant Director Braun said, I don't think we've done an audit of the neighborhood trash in terms of like the number of containers within each neighborhood park. There's a significant amount of work to be done in tracking, like when there's contamination in the recycling bins, where we pay a fine for those things. And so that's where the projects and systems can help, or data analytics out of planning. We haven't had a real review of that. We've done some review of trash overall. Lyndon Vice Verda, who's now with planning, had a pollution control intern probably 5 years ago or 6 years ago, where they did kind of a trash audit, and they kind of looked at like what's in the trash and these different, they did sampling. But that information was just primarily on like what's our contamination rates and stuff like that. We still haven't gotten to that next level of like, should we be reducing the number of cans, and is there a way that we could save money on the bills for contamination, and then also the locations. We do get both in the regional and in the neighborhood. You've probably heard it too, right? As soon as we change the location of a toter for operational sake, we find out whose favorite, that was someone's favorite trash can. And so we have to take those things into account. But the process for putting them out there has been kind of community feedback, a little bit of an informed, like, we think this is where it should go. But I know we have a case right now, can't remember which lake it is, but the toters are set on one side of the path, and someone's made the recommendation that we switch them to the other side of the path and go around the lake the opposite way. And we're looking at that as we might be able to do that, and that would also help the user experience. Then we would be picking up the toters off of a different side. So long way to say it's a work in progress, and we don't really have a history of doing that work. For trash, for BIFs, I think you have to go back to 2023, where there was a thorough analysis of where are all of our BIFs. We worked with the vendor to get GIS locations. We got the bills analyzed, and that was when we pared it down from, we cut about almost 50% of the spending from $550K a year to $350K a year on portable units. And then now we're in a situation where it's, we get a request for a unit. We have to look at the days of service really drives the cost of the unit. And so we're trying to balance that equation always of, well, maybe if we can move that one to 3 days a week instead of 7, we can add another one for 3 days a week over here. And so those types of things are going on through the projects and systems team within citywide services.
Okay, thank you. And the second question was, you talked about the rise in horticultural lands that are going to be covered, and I brought this up at a prior meeting, but do we have a sense of this actual staffing needs to, fix a 250% increase in land area?
Yeah, President Olson, Vice President responded, yes, we are able to kind of put a ratio of staff, FTEs to square footage of horticultural area. Even with the horticulture areas not all being equal, some of them are different maintenance regimes. Some of them are more intense, some less. But yeah, we can project out based on our current staffing and what we currently are able to do to what's coming down the pipe. And that's part of what we do with our system equity work. With each budget process, we will factor in, we will look at the plans and say, this is the horticultural area that's coming on, and it's 0.25 or 0.35, 0.1, whatever, of a horticulturist. And so a lot of times that comes to us as seasonal funding until then we would look to, once we hit a tipping point or a threshold, where it would become full-time.
Okay, thank you. And the last question is around the forestry preservation coordinator. How early does this person get called into work for major projects where trees are going to be removed? Because the trees are essentially public property that the park board owns. So are we alerted early? Are we alerted midway through the design process?
Sure. President Olson, Vice President Deshpande, and commissioners, it varies, to be honest with you. There's somewhere where he's, Craig Pincala is the preservation coordinator. Some projects it's very early, sometimes it's caught at different stages. But for the most part, I think we do a pretty good job of getting caught early, especially with internal projects as well as the public works projects. So Craig's a part of the city, I can't remember the design review process for the city, which is a pretty automated, the plans are submitted and it goes through a software that everybody has access to with a timeline to review. And so Craig is queued up there. So as soon as it enters that project review, what's it called? Limbs. Okay. Once it hits limbs, it hits his desk and then he's able to look at it. That's not to say there are times though where there's things that fall through the cracks and he's getting it kind of late. And that is one thing with preservation, the earlier the better. It's easier to save stuff on paper than in the field, so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Forney.
First of all, awesome report. I don't even know if it's a report, but I mean, it's just such an awesome department that you have, and I just so appreciate. I don't think I've ever seen so clearly demonstrated what all you guys do, and it really is amazing. I think one thing that to me is so dramatic or becomes so dramatic in my mind I don't know, in the past decade and everything, is how urbanization has impacted our natural areas and our responsiveness to it. And I'm hearing, you're, what should we say, slowly adjusting to that, but I think that's going to be a real threat, and I hope that we all up here and everything will keep that in mind, particularly, when we're doing our strategic directions and budgeting and everything, just how really threatened we are, and then I have to give a big shout out to Deb Pilger and Rachel Crabb. Their presentation a year ago, what was it, an hour and a half, so clearly demonstrated what a great job you're doing. I mean, I know nobody wants to get a C in their life, but the fact that our water quality of our lakes and everything are a C, they're not an F, they're not a D, whatever. To me, I think that speaks highly of, the work that all of you have been doing proactively. And to remind people that, yes, there's a green slime on the lakes right now, but there's nothing toxic about it. It's not something, that we can just go out and take an eraser and it's gone. Anyway, it's a reality of life. And then the other thing I was just going to say is, do we have a sense of how much we have, how should I say, electrified our whatever, fleet, thank you, that's the word I'm looking for. And how many robots we have and how much just animation. And I'm saying it because that is a reality that hopefully we can adjust to that. And it's not a matter of we're eliminating staff, it's a matter of what's been very significant is preventing injuries. That's probably the biggest things. So we're looking out for our workers, in the long run. Anyway, I don't know if you have any answers to that. But.
President Olson, Commissioner Forney, and Commissioners. So in terms of a percent of, electrification and robots, off the top of my head, we have the 2 turf tanks and we have a green climber that's a remote controlled mower that allows us to get into areas that are somewhat challenging for mowing. And so those are really kind of the only 2 that come to mind for like robots. Electrification though, I want to say we're close to a couple dozen fleet vehicles, whether that's F-150 Lightnings, we've got a couple of electric vans, and then when it comes to small equipment, I believe Kate's whole horticulture crew uses battery operated, or the majority of it. Okay, the whole sculpture garden is electric. We've experimented with electric chainsaws in forestry with some grants from the MPCA. So that's where I give Dale Walker a lot of credit. When something comes due for renewal or replacement, he's looking to see if there's a way for us to take advantage of these new technologies that get away from combustion engines.
Awesome, great work, thank you.
Further discussion? All right, seeing none, thank you, Jeremy. We will now move on to the city assessor's report. Welcome, Julie. Welcome, Rebecca Malmquist as well to give the 2026 assessment report. Thank you.
Good evening, President Olson. Thank you for saying everything I was going to say. So I'll just turn it over to Rebecca. I'll let you know that this presentation will be posted on our Park Board budget website, so you'll have access to it as well.
Good evening. Thank you, President Olson and Commissioners, for allowing me to present to you tonight the 2026 assessment report. It is sort of a repeat. I've already presented it to City Council as well as the Board of Estimate and Taxation, and so you are the third audience, and so just thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to try to manage my laptop here with my notes as well as the screen here. But I do also just want to note our department is a department of 38 employees, full-time FTEs, and as the forester is mentioning, just our staff also have to go through a lot of education, licensure, accreditation, and things like that. It's not just something that is an untrained position. Our appraisers are highly skilled and highly trained and educated and bring a lot of value to the city of Minneapolis. I do want to note that I have my Director of Assessments here, who's essentially the Deputy City Assessor, Rob Williamson, here with me today. He's presented to you the past couple of years because I've been out of town, but I was in town this year, and so I am here with you today. And I'm going to breeze through these slides. If you do want to spend a little more time or ask questions at the end, that's great. Or there's videos of this for the more lengthy presentation if you'd like to watch them. But first, just a high-level summary and reminders about the assessment. We completed the January 2nd, 2026 assessment of the 131,000 properties in the city. And this is an annual process that is dictated in state statute. The evaluation notices, which are technically called the Notice of Valuation and Classification, they were mailed in mid-March. It's important to remind everyone that the 2026 estimated market values are the values that are used for taxes and payable 2027. We set values in 1 year and they are taxed the following year. It's also important to remember that the data that we use to set the annual assessment is also dictated by the state. So for the January 2nd, 2026 assessment, we used sales and market data between October of 2024 and September of 2025. So assessors act as historians. We look back at what happened the previous year. We set the values. Property owners can appeal. Those values are finalized. Then the tax rates are set and taxes are due the following year. That's all part of the state process. So here on our next slide, in Minnesota, property taxes provide a very significant portion of the funding for local government. Property taxes are the Minneapolis General Fund's largest and most flexible source of income and support many of our core government services. Every property share of taxes is based on its market value, the property use, and local government budgets, which then become the tax rate. You can see the image at the bottom of the screen for a simplification of this illustration. The market value is the price a property would sell for on the open market. And so our role is to reflect the real estate market and set fair and accurate market values by following all of the market trends. We also classify property according to its use. So different uses of properties, even if they have the same value, pay different taxes because of the class rates set by the state legislature. And I'll provide an example of that in just a moment. Then the tax rate is determined by using the budgets of the local government such as city, county, school district, watersheds, to determine the rate. So the intermediary step in converting value to taxes is called the tax capacity. And this slide illustrates how this works for some common types of properties in the city. The calculation for tax capacity is the market value, which is in the second column, multiplied by the class rate in the third column. For example, as you can see here, a residential property on the first line and a commercial property on the bottom line, if they're both assessed at $300,000, will pay different taxes, and that's because the class rate for a residential property is 1%, and the class rate for a commercial property is 2%. So as a result, a residential property will pay approximately half the property taxes of a commercial property. But I need to note this is a very simplistic model, and it doesn't take into consideration things, more complex factors in the property tax system, like special tax programs like homestead, the state general tax, and fiscal disparities. So this slide is a historical view of the city's total estimated market value. So the overall estimated market value for the city increased by just under 0.5% to $65.2 billion this year. This does not, however, include utilities and railroads because those are assessed by the state and they make those values public later on in the summer. This $65.2 billion does include new construction, which is all the permit work, and that totals approximately $480 million this year. This slide is a visualization of the breakdown of the three major property type categories for the 2026 total market value on the left and the tax capacity on the right. Because of the calculation of value to tax discussed on the previous slide, there is a change in the distribution between the three categories when we move from estimated market value on the left to tax capacity on the right. You can see here that residential values, which are in green, comprise over 64% of the city's total market value on the left. However, when the class rates are then applied, the residential portion of tax capacity is just over 55%. You'll see that the commercial value in blue comprises over 14% of the total market value, however, comprises nearly 25% of the tax capacity. This is a chart of the historical look at that net tax capacity, comparing 25 to 26, which are the two bars furthest right. You can see the year-to-year shift between commercial, apartment, and residential properties is just over 1% from commercial to residential, with apartments remaining consistent. Overall, this means that residential properties will bear a greater burden of taxes payable in 2026 than they did in payable 2025. Looking at some park district-specific information, this slide illustrates the change in total market value by each of your park districts. So each district is represented by its own bar, and the percent of increase or decrease is labeled at the end of each of these bars. This is a historical look at the total residential value changes. This year, the overall residential market value increased by 2.8%. Last year marked the first time in many years that we were seeing a decrease, or 2024 marked the first time that we'd seen a decrease in the overall. While the previous slide illustrates the overall value increase for residential property, this slide further breaks down the data into our three major property or residential properties: condominium, townhome, duplex, and triplex, and our single family category. Overall, there were increases in each of the three submarkets, and there was about $127 million added in new construction this year on the for the residential market. I'm going to go rather quickly through these slides. We are highly scrutinized by the state and county as far as the finalization of our assessment. And these are just some of the key indicators and statistics that we use. So here you'll see that we break down again into condominium, townhome, duplex, triplex, and single family, and the bottom line being the sum. So we had about just under 4,000 sales, what we consider good for study sales, so sales that were open market transactions. And the third column over is the median sales ratio, and that is the measure of the market value to sale price. And according to international standards, we want to be somewhere between 90 and 105%. Overall, we are at 95% in the aggregate, and that is a very good indicator. The COD is the next column, the fourth column over, and the standard for that is to be below 15, and that is a measure of how far all the sales are from the median. And so we are just under 9, so it's a really good indicator of how accurate and equitable our assessment is. And the PRD is a measure of vertical equity, and we want to be somewhere between 97 and 103. And we are at 101.9 overall for residential, so well within the standards, just attributing great work to our team. This slide is a historical look at the required measurements that we just went over, and you can see here that the city continues to provide a very solid, fair, and equitable assessment year after year. This slide illustrates the comparison of the median sale price, which is in blue, to the median market value in orange. These lines should be close together and moving in the same direction. You can see here that they indeed are. Our 2026 median sale price this year is $368,000, just up slightly from last year. This breaks down the increases or the changes in market value for single family residential And so you'll see here that nearly 54% of properties saw an increase of 0 to 5%. So that was the majority of our properties, what they saw. But you can just also see here that we did have some properties that saw 5 to 10% or more than a 10% increase. And then on the other end, we did have properties that saw decreases. This is a geographical look. You can see here, again, this is our single family growth, and this is by parcel. And you'll see here that, as I mentioned earlier, now it's that light shade of green, that first shade of green, where the majority, that 54% of properties saw 0 to 5%. But you can just see that geographically there. This is a district comparison of the residential values and the same statistical measures that we talked about earlier. The columns to the left are the 2025 and 2026 market values for each district, as well as how much new construction you saw in each, and then the percent change for each of the districts, the median market value, how many sales occurred, again, the median sale price, the median sales ratio, and coefficient of dispersion that we talked about earlier, but that's just a breakdown by your districts as requested. If we pivot now to the commercial market, separating commercial from industrial, you'll see an overall decrease of 9.8% in the commercial market, which is in the last column. However, the industrial market did see also a very small decrease of 1%. With an overall combined decrease of just over 8%. This is a historical look at the commercial industrial market. You'll see this year we're at $9.7 billion in total market value for our commercial industrial properties. Again, not including railroads and utilities. This tells a little bit more of a complete story. We've broken down these markets into our geographical submarkets. The slide separates out the downtown and the uptown markets, as well as the commercial markets outside of uptown and downtown, and then industrial, breaking that out separate, but that's a citywide number. So you'll see the downtown market did see a decrease of just under 14% this year. Again, this is a review of those statistical measures, but for the commercial industrial market, you'll see here that all of our indicators are well within range, with the exception when we break out commercial industrial separately, we're just over the 103, but when it's combined, which is what the state looks at in the evaluation of our properties, is just under 3%. And so also the sales count, there's only 66 sales, so it's a relatively low sales count. And we could have everything in this sales study from a very, very small family-owned business to our largest IDS tower downtown. So sometimes these statistics are thrown off because of the population of the sales and what they actually represent. This is the apartment market. Again, the same data. We're at a total market value of $13.7 billion this year. There was $271 million in apartment new construction. And then our sale ratio statistics are all within the acceptable range. This is what the value notices look like. They're always color-coded. So when property owners receive their notices back in March, they are color-coded in blue, and that will align with the county initiative so that when people receive their tax statements next year, they're also going to be blue so that they can tie the two notices together and help tell the story. These are some tools that we have available on our website for property owners. We have property information, which is in the top left. We create a sales finder for those people that want to look up some information about sales, or if they wanted to appeal their market value, they have some tools. The top right is a levy impact estimator, which we create for the mayor's office, council, and the finance team, so that when they start to talk about levy changes, that they can see here what's going to happen to certain properties based on property groupings. We have residential, homestead, non-homestead. Well, you can see commercial apartment properties just to see what kind of change that's going to mean. So we'll update this again for taxes payable for next year. And then the bottom right is just more data and information for property owners to use so that, like, if you lived in Armitage, you could see what has been the median value over the past few years, especially if you're concerned about that. Your value's gone up more or less than the median. Just more data points for our property owners. Just some key dates, and we've already passed a lot of these, but like I mentioned, value notices were mailed in March. Our local Board of Appeal and Equalization, we convened on April 14th. The board met for 2 solid full days and adjourned at the end of the 15th. All the property owners that appealed to the local Board of Appeal and Equalization also maintain their right to appeal to the county board. So our staff will continue to work on those appeals, and the county board will meet in June 15th. It's very similar to our local board process, but is like the second or third step in the appeal process. And it's just a different board. These are board members appointed by the county commissioners instead of by the city council. And with that, that concludes my presentation for this evening. Happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for the invitation to be here.
All right. So thank you so much for the presentation. Even better the second time around. No. Okay. Do we have any discussion from any commissioners? Any questions? Commissioner Benny.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I don't know that you covered it, but one of the things that we're budgeting for is the collection rate, the rate of collection, because of taxes are being under-collected. Do you forecast that or predict that, or isn't that part of what you do? Is that more working with the finance department at the city?
To the President and Commissioner, we do work closely with finance on this because the work that our team does impact collections as far as tax court litigation work. We have about $13 billion under litigation in the Minnesota tax court in this current year, and that's a very large figure. And we do estimations and have conversations with finance so that they know that if we are predicting more losses, that the city can budget at the appropriate amount of collection.
Vice President Desmonde.
Thank you for this presentation. I was wondering about the 4-box breakdown that you had. That was a simplified formula for determining somebody's property taxes. And the one box that said tax rate. And I was wondering if you could provide more details about that, because I think a lot of people are confused by exactly how much they're going to pay because these, particularly the left side of this, is confusing and complicated. So if you could break that down a bit more, that could help.
Vice President, am I on the correct chart?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So this, again, here just is a very simplified demonstration of how we get to the tax amount. So our office sets the market value, the blue, and then the class rate is determined by the state legislature. The net tax capacity is simply a calculation of our value times that rate, the classification rate. And then the tax rate is the compilation of all of the rates by the different taxing authorities, whether it's sewer districts, the city, the schools, the county. And that tax rate is the sum of all of the different taxing authorities. And so that, again, is a figure, it's calculated by Hennepin County after the submission of all the levies. And that is applied to the net tax capacity to come up with the tax. Very simplified, because there are also things like the homestead market value exclusion that would be deducted as well. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it starts to answer it. I mean, I'll look around for more graphics or illustrations around it, but I think that's maybe one of the largest points of confusion for a regular homeowner. And yeah, any further educational materials will go a long way, I think.
Vice President, I'm happy to provide some other materials, and then there are some other factual information that's put together by like the League of Minnesota Cities and things I can direct you to as well, that if you would like to pass that along to your constituents, that would be great.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Yeah. All right. So before I recess to go to the next committee, Operations and Environment, I wanted to try something new because we've been having kind of these marathon sessions. We've hit 8 p.m. So I would like to recess the full board for 5 minutes, 6 minutes, let's say. Let's come back at 8:10, at which point we'll go on to the Operations and Environment Committee so we can stretch our legs and get just kind of a mental break and reset. Just because it feels like we kind of do these marathon things. I'd like to try that out. So, all right, I now declare us recess until 8:10.
So, and the reason this one comes really quick is like the neighborhood one kind of because they're part of that entity money's gonna come.
Gonna start gently asking folks to conclude their conversations. Another gentle reminder that we should get back. Okay. All right, I think we are ready to return. Thank you, everyone, for indulging me there. And we are now on to Operations and Environment Committee.
Okay, at 8:11, I will call to order the Operations and Environment Committee. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Benny.
Here.
Commissioner Forney.
Here.
Commissioner Rucker. Absent Vice Chair Garcia.
Here.
Chair sorry, Deshpande, my apology.
No problem. Here. Great. Will somebody please move the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Great. So all those in favor of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Oh, aye. Great. We have an agenda. We don't have minutes. We will go straight to the discussion study report item, which is the 2025 Integrated Pest Management Report presented by Kate Ryan. Welcome, Kate.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kate Ryan. I'm the horticulture manager here at Park Board. I'm here tonight to present to you our Integrated Pest Management Annual Report. This report comes out annually, and this one will be for the past year, so we're looking at 2025 data. To kind of get you guys started, since I have not done this presentation for this current board, I'm going to go over a little bit about what is integrated pest management and a little background on it so everyone is kind of up to speed on this topic. So integrated pest management, the United States, the EPA describes it as an environmentally friendly, common sense approach to controlling pests. The approach uses current comprehensive information on the life cycles of pests and their interaction with the environment. This information, in combination with available pest control methods, is used to manage pest damage by the most economical means and with the least possible hazards to people, property, and the environment. The approach is cyclical. It's rooted in organizational policy, supported by park design, and actualized through maintenance. It's not a linear thing. There's no finish line. We'll be doing this forever. But it involves this cycle of setting action thresholds, monitoring and identifying pests, prevention, and then when need be, control. So we establish our IPM policy and our operations manual, so that's going to be used to establish those thresholds. We're going to have knowledgeable field staff and volunteers to identify pest issues and keep an eye out on scouting. We're going to prevent things with forward thinking and planned and informed decisions, both around maintenance and other things we do that impact our park environments. And then when it comes to control, we're going to use well-timed, educated actions by both our field staff and also our volunteers. It's really important to understand that the approach is impacted by site design decisions. Pest pressure is often predictable when you look at a design and the implementation of a site. We can kind of imagine how people are going to use the space and what's happening there. So we think about things like plant palette, water sources, wayfinding, trail width. Even the width of a landscape bed can help us predict how much pest pressure we might have. The materials used, whether it be mulch, the walkway surfaces, all of those things. Where are we going to store snow is something, drainage, and even just the type of establishment we're able to do at a new planting. There's kind of two signs. We are designing for use that meets our user expectations. We want to make sure that our park spaces are enjoyable and welcoming, but we're also thinking about designing for how we're going to maintain them, because those things are very, very tied together. Happy users like well-maintained spaces, and maintenance staff love to make users happy, and so they really work hand in hand. And it's really important to understand that integrated pest management is more than spraying. A lot of people think integrated pest management, pesticide use. And yes, pesticides are a part of maybe a control method, but this is rooted in the whole process, not just that end control method when we decide we need to spray. So things like our weed harvester, signage just to keep people safe in a way so we don't have to use something, controlled fire, prescribed burns. You might see us out mechanically removing things by hand with staff or volunteers, and even maybe some organic or biological solutions. That photo on the far right is actually an application of nematodes to treat iris borer. So staff has been working over several years to do some pilots and trials around different ways to reduce pesticide use. That was a big initiative several years ago, and we're still working on that. It's a huge trend in the industry, not just in our Minneapolis community, but in the bigger picture of the landscaping industry as well. So I'm gonna go over a few trials and pilots that have been happening and give a few updates, just so you guys know kind of what things we're doing in the parks other than just giving you pesticide use data, which I will do that too. So smothering as an alternative to herbicide. The Minneapolis Sculpture Garden had a pretty rough establishment of the meadow. We had a lot of cool season turf grasses, Kentucky bluegrass. I think that's what we're best at growing in the meadow there, which is outcompeting the desired native species. So staff kind of identified some areas that are very overrun with Kentucky bluegrass. And while you could use herbicide, we also have great native prairie plants or prairie grasses in there, and selective herbicides are going to hit both of those. So they did a pilot where they started smothering about 900 square feet last spring. We were actually inspired by the Brooklyn Bridge Park, who had a similar problem at their new site as well. So we kind of took their approach, which is very straightforward, but doing it in patches is kind of an odd way to accomplish it, because we obviously don't want to impact the enjoyment of it for a prolonged period of time, so kind of doing the patchwork. And then there's a photo of the patchwork after staff had kind of come back and started inputting stuff into it. So they came back 4 months later and said, okay, we're looking pretty good. We don't see grass coming through. And now they started re-adding native grasses and flowering native perennials to repopulate the area. And they're slowly working on sections throughout there. It's really only practical for herbaceous plant management. If this was a shrub bed, obviously it's very hard to smother around shrubs. And obviously it requires monitoring to determine how these weeds are gonna reemerge, because we're on year 2, and the Kentucky bluegrass is still very present. So looking at how these areas that have been rehabbed really hold up over a long period of time, more than 1 year is ultimately the goal. Another huge issue we have is deer browsing. Deer, rabbits, and other critters like our gardens as much as the human visitors. Particularly challenging spot is Lindale Park. That is by Lake Harriet, home of the second oldest public rose garden in the country. And we have had severe thousands of dollars worth of deer damage over the last several winters. Most all of our arborvitae, yews, and other conifers have been heavily grazed. Staff have tried to use fencings as well as, odor deterrents, like a liquid fence sort of thing that have a pungent odor. But we've been working on fencing more and more. Findings aren't super promising. Our deer population is very heavy. Three Rivers does an aerial deer survey every year. in the winter, and we can see year over year, we have more deer in the area. Some of the browsing is limited, but our deer are they're pretty tough. They broke a lot of the fencing. So we're continuing to explore use of repellents and looking at the scale of physical barriers we would need to make it possible, while also still creating like a welcoming and inviting space that is there for visual appeal as well. If you visited the rose garden in the fall of 2024, you probably saw no roses because the deer actually had grazed the entire garden and almost took our entire fall bloom. A product that the staff really loves that they've been piloting for probably close to 5 years at this point is this weed suppression matting as an alternative to a pre-emergent herbicide. It's a pretty cool product. It's an alternative to plastic landscape fabric. That's not something that is currently a best practice. And it's actually made in Minnesota from recycled wood fiber. It's biodegradable, and it had an anticipated lifespan, we were told, of about 3 to 5 years if you maintained a mulch layer over it. Staff have installed it at a variety of parks all over the system, but a great example is the tamarack bed on the north side of the sculpture garden along Dunwoody. We had a very heavy weed coat underneath. It takes hours and hours to hand weed that without using chemical. And this product has been able to keep it relatively weed-free, except for on edges and its seams, for multiple seasons at this point. Results are super great. The staff loves using it. And of course, all good things come with a drawback. We were notified last summer that the facility that makes it in Floodwater, Minnesota actually burned down, and it is not currently made by any other facilities. So we're hoping that somebody else picks it up and starts making it again. But until then, we have the stash we have until we find another source or a similar product. Non-native Phragmites is another emerging invasive wetland grass. Several years ago, they found this pop up on the chain of lakes. I want to say Thomas Beach over at B'dai-Makaska. And they began management in the fall of 2021. This is on the noxious weed list for the state of Minnesota, and it was elevated to the control status, which means we do have to take some actions legally to keep it from spreading. It's a really big concern because it reduces habitat for our desired plants and animals. A big problem is it blocks a lot of access and views of waterways. People love seeing our lakes, and this creates a 15-foot wall of grass that blocks all views, and then obviously displaces what we want to be there, our native plants. So work is ongoing. This is a plant that isn't going anywhere super fast, but we're trying not to let it take up root here too much, especially around our chain of lakes. They've been doing an amazing job doing some control measures led by Josh Poole from our AIS team at Lake of the Isles. So photos there show you kind of where it started and then what it looked like about 5 years later with control. And you can see we're seeing really good progress at knocking it back. But we know that the pressure isn't going away. This is a plant that loves that shoreline, that marginal wet area, and will continue to be a threat. So this one is that scouting and keeping on it, and knowing that this one, best practice, isn't just mowing it. Mowing it can actually cause it to spread more. So there is some timing involved with mowing and chemical treatments that they're doing together to make the biggest impact. So what is a pesticide? So now we'll get into this kind of portion of actual pesticide use here at the Minneapolis Park Board. So a pesticide is any substance or mixtures of substances intended to prevent, destroy, repel, or mitigate a pest. So pesticides is an umbrella term, and there's lots of subtypes. So common ones are going to be insecticides to control insects, herbicides control plants, fungicides control fungi, and then rodenticides control rodents. But we have other ones, lesser known products. Miticides, plant growth regulators, which is primarily used at our golf courses, are considered pesticides. And think about antibacterial cleaning supplies and pool management. All of those technically are pesticides as well. The other two big things are synthetic pesticides and organic pesticides. This is a very popular kind of distinction, and we use both here at the Park Board. But what's really important to understand is that there's often this misconception that organic products are inherently better or safer than synthetic products. And we want, with an IPM approach, we don't really want to rely on generalizations, because we want to make sure that we are using current science-based best practices, making educated and informed decisions, and also considering the multitude of factors and impacts that our parks are under. And just saying organic is better or synthetic is cheaper, those kind of big generalizations don't lead us to the best product or the best results or the safest environment. We got to kind of factor all of that in making our decisions. So when we look at our total pesticide use, here's a general breakdown of what you're seeing in a calendar year here at MPRB. So it's going to be in ounces of raw product. And we kind of break it down into all the different types of use and land types. Golf courses are by far the highest user of products, but obviously a very different standard that they're after than many of our other park categories. So we'll kind of go into each one. So general parkland. So this doesn't include kind of a catch-all for any land that doesn't kind of fit into something else. So you might see weed tree stump treatments in here, general park turf renovations, or maybe even some use around implementing like a long-range vision plan, a new park design. Currently, the use of insecticides to treat wasp nests is not consistently being reported, so please note that it's not included in this section, but it is actively utilized in our park, particularly for staff safety or around maintenance and safe use of playgrounds and whatnot. Horticulture, these are going to be formally maintained landscapes and gardens. Predominantly, you're going to see repellents as our highest use, so these are the things we're trying to keep deer and rabbits away. But we also use some to control invasive species, particularly the meadow at the Minneapolis Sculpture Garden, or Canada thistle is probably a really high one. This team does a great job of tracking when they use it for wasp control, so that is in there as well under insecticide. And then there is fungal disease control, particularly in the Lindale Park Rose Garden. So on the topic of the Rose Garden, this is probably the highest use site for pesticide products when it comes to horticulture sites over the last 10 years. And staff have been tracking environmental pressures in fungicide use because it shows a correlation of what we can expect when the weather changes, particularly rainfall is our big one. Black spot is spread a lot by water. So when we have wet years, pressure goes up. And it's really important that the staff is tracking this long-range data because it really helps them better understand trends. They can forecast issues with more accuracy and plan for optimal use. We can look at the forecast and say, we got to do something now because if not, we're going to have to do a lot more later. Natural resources. We have staff, volunteers, community partners, and contracted services that are managing 400 out of 1,200 acres of MPRB natural areas. So a huge amount of space that this team and their partners are maintaining. And they're really focusing on looking at native plant communities and supporting those native plant communities, both naturally occurring and introduced. And they're really targeting noxious weeds and invasive species that threaten those plant communities. So they're looking at things like buckthorn, Japanese knotweed, crown vetch, Canada thistle, roundleaf bittersweet, and black locust. Forestry. Forestry does not have a high amount of treatment, but we do allow groups to come in and get permits to treat trees. This might be to protect them from emerald ash borer or oak wilt, chestnut borer, all of those things. And our forestry preservation coordinator does a great job of tracking all the permits that are given out, so we know exactly what trees are being treated in our parks. We don't include boulevard trees on this report, but that is an option for people to treat their boulevard tree too if they're worried about things like emerald ash borer and wanting to retain it. But we had, 21 infested oaks were treated. We had 3 oaks giving a preventative treatment. And one of these treatments was petitioned and paid by private citizens or community groups. They do a ton of work with best management practice to limit the impact and spread of disease. So, we had 6,100 trees that were pruned as a cultural control, and they have 8,400 trees that were installed just in spring 2025. And part of that tree planting is thinking about tree diversity, which helps us with not impacting our canopy when we have a major disease go through or pest issue like emerald ash borer. Oak wilt is another one kind of on the radar, but Dutch elm disease is probably also very well known of how big of an impact one disease can have when you don't have tree diversity. And they also removed 680 trees to prevent spread of disease as well. So containment is also an option. Athletic fields. We had a big staffing change in our premier athletic complexes. So think about Neiman, Boston, and Parade Stadium. So as that new team came on board and learned the whole system there, they didn't do any treatments last year. We kind of anticipate treatments will start again in 2026, but they're kind of watching and seeing what they need. They're not treating proactively. A lot of it is going to be based on observation of what the sites need and what condition they're in. We did have treatments that took place at 2 neighborhood athletic fields in 2025. One was addressing poison ivy. So things like that are a big consideration. We don't want to give kids poison ivy when they come home from their baseball game with their friends. New cultural and mechanical methods are being introduced to reduce the need for herbicide. They think a lot about building up soil biology, top dressing with organic matter. They've done some work around converting warning tracks to turf so that they can mow them to control weeds versus having to spray them with pesticides or herbicides specifically. And they also do some mechanical removal of weeds whenever they can. And our athletic teams are really focused on maintaining healthy, playable turf whenever they can. So their focus is on growing grass, not just treating pests. We have 7 golf courses in Minneapolis and the surrounding suburbs that are managed by MPRB staff. Each one of them is independently managed with a team designated to them. So you're gonna see different treatments used at different sites because there's different environmental impacts and pressures on each one of these courses. Treatments are really focused on in-play areas. They're not really looking at those out-of-play areas quite as much. They're really focused on that playable turf. And they use a combination of organic and synthetic pesticides in addition to routine cultural, mechanical, and biological management. These kind of break down pesticides used at each course. Each course is a different size too, so we also think about pesticide use per acre as well as another way to look at the data. So they're using fungicides to treat things like dollar spot and snow mold. Fungal issues really require unique management as there's an increased pressure associated with lower mowing heights and that frequent irrigation. That water spreads fungal diseases. So there is a lot of pressure on certain parts of our courses when it comes to fungicide use. Insecticides, we have had a lot of issues with Japanese beetles and European Schaefers. If you see large dead patches out on parks, it's probably from white grub feeding from one of those beetle species. This heavily impacts our golf courses as well. European Schaefers were first found in Minnesota in June of 2020, and within about a month, we lost about 5 acres of turf at Hiawatha Golf. So these sort of emerging pests can make a big impact very quickly. Herbicides, this is used to treat broadleaf weeds, non-desirable grass species. Generally speaking, that's not the focus of most of our courses. They're mostly worried about turf health on those playable surfaces. And then plant growth regulators, as I said. These affect the growth of plant tissues in various ways. So they help the golf courses reduce like the frequency that they need to mow. They might help increase thickness of the turf. And they might also help fight off kind of like weeds and other like fungal pathogens. So they use these to kind of be another tool in their toolbox when it comes to maintenance. And for 2025, we did have a reduction in applicators. This has been an ongoing effort to kind of consolidate. We've really changed how we use pesticides as a tool here at the Park Board over the last 10 plus years. So in 2024, we had a 32% reduction in active license holders, and then we saw a further 17% reduction in 2025. And that work was really done to reflect actual use. We had a lot of people that had licenses that hadn't used them ever while employed here, or hadn't used them in a very long period of time. And I always say, a license holder that isn't actively using is probably not going to be your go-to license user, because it's an active thing where you're always having to keep up on best practices, industry knowledge of best products. So the people who are using are staying up on that data and keeping their skill set fresh. And if somebody just has it, the card in their wallet and hasn't used it in 10 years, they're probably a little bit out of practice. So focusing on our actual users has helped us increase our training and focus on the people who are actively considering and making decisions around this type of product use. We switched our record-keeping platform, so we shifted from ViewWorks to Cardiograph or OpenGov in the spring of 2025. So we had a few hiccups here and there as we switched platforms, so we were missing a little bit of data as a result of trying to transfer in our busy spring season, but overall the staff did a fantastic job making that shift. At our Southside Operations Center, the pesticide storage room was remodeled starting in the winter of 2025 and continued into the 2026 season to get it to be compliant with current Minnesota Department of Ag standards and also support just improved work routines. And as I highlighted early in the presentation, staff are continuing to do pilots and trials of alternative products and means of, controlling pests in a more environmentally friendly way. And I am here if you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Kate, for that great presentation. Do we have any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Frederick.
Thank you, Vice President Deshpande, Chair Deshpande, as I'm not on this committee, but I do have a couple of questions, primarily surrounding pesticide use in golf courses, as we see with Theodore Worth and Columbia Golf Course, Lake Hiawatha. Obviously, we're in kind of a transitory period with it, but with all of these golf courses, they're adjacent to natural areas, and I don't want to quote it, so I'll pull it up, but a recent study from the Journal of American Medical Association showcased a growing concern of link to Parkinson's for those who live within a mile of a golf course. So I'm curious, as we are the stewards of, it's 7?
Yes.
7 golf courses. Where is the thinking for our, in the department and maybe in these newer approaches to pesticide use? Does that data inform the work that we're doing, and does that point to any sort of data that we're hoping to collect in terms of air quality, water quality, just the surrounding overall health and vitality of the people who live within a mile of the golf course, and for the environment, the natural environment surrounding it as well?
Chair Deshpande, Commissioner Frederick, that's a very large topic that has a lot of segments of it, and I don't want to speak fully for golf as they work in our recreation department, but I can say that we've had some amazing staff that have done amazing work with that sort of background, thinking about public health, safety, and just the goal of being more environmentally friendly. Our former golf foreman at Theodore Wirth did a big pilot around, do you remember the name of it, Jeremy? It involved reduction of pesticide use. It had a specific name, and we did it in collaboration with a professor out of the University of Wisconsin, and we certainly can share that report that was done. And while that foreman is no longer with us, based on the data alone, year over year, I believe that program is still being run there because you can see it in the data. It didn't change when he left and a new foreman took over. So they did some amazing work there to lower that. And then we also had another former foreman at Hiawatha Golf that did a large organic pilot there to try to make an effort to see how much organic products we could switch out, because that was a big interest of a lot of community members. And they got some really great information out of that. It was a very challenging amount of data to try to actualize within our current operations. Most of our facilities are not cutting edge technology-wise, space-wise, so that was a big challenge, I know, for him, and our buying power as well, and our climate. A lot of the golf courses that are running those sort of programs are in more moderate climates than us, so a little less, they have a little more season to work with and a little less of harsh conditions. So they have done some great pilot work around reductions of pesticides. As far as water quality goes, that's what we would nod to our partners over in water quality with our environmental management, and they keep track of that. I do know that we do hear a lot about the Minnehaha Creek because that runs through Hiawatha Golf Course, and really looking at the data of where that contamination occurs, because we know that just because we find contamination in one site doesn't mean that it's caused by that site. We have a whole stream coming down, collecting there as well. So we do look at that sort of data, and all of our golf course foremen and the park keepers that support them all have active pesticide licenses. They go through their requirement of a full day of training every other year to maintain that license, as well as ensuring that they are following all of the laws related to product use, because we rely on the product labels to give us all the information we need to know about where it's safe and not safe to apply things, and that is the most important part of their job when it comes to that use, is making sure that they are informed about what products they're using, and the label it's very dry content, but it is always read.
Yeah, no, very important, and obviously in regards to the health and safety of the community members, I think it is worth looking into the utilization of certain pesticides and their impacts in the surrounding areas, and I would appreciate that report. If you did want to send it my way, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
I think Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, Chair Deshpande. Thanks for the report. I read the report, and I'm looking at my questions here. Some we've had answers to now, but it was a really readable report and very informative. And also, I appreciate there was the candor in there. There were some discussions about staffing challenges in terms of the amount of resources you have to do your work and all of that. So I hope that people that are interested in this topic in the community take the time to read the report. I think it's pretty informative. I also think that to me, it looks like we have at the Park Board here a sophisticated integrated pest management program. I shared the report as well with my colleagues at the university who work on the grounds group there. So thank you for that. Just a little thing, I was glad to hear that Cartograph is seeming to be a helpful tool, and I think I read in the report there's some data that's now being integrated for what you guys are doing with what's needed for the MS4 program for the stormwater permit, so that's pretty exciting to hear. And then I was interested to read about the suppression blankets, because I hadn't heard that term, but then I'm now disappointed that the factory burned down. But how long do you have to keep those blankets in place to be effective? Is it a season, or how long is that?
Commissioner Benny, they told us when we originally, I found out about them through the Xerxes Society presentation, and found them and was told about 3 to 5 years is how long before they start breaking down. We found that if we maintain a mulch cover, we have one since, like, I think our first one we ever installed was at Parque Menarca. I think that was our first pilot site, followed closely behind by Whittier Park. And those are still both in place. We have great weed control there. We don't typically peel it up. Because we find that we're using it in spots where we know there's really heavy pressure, whether from surrounding areas or just known when we put it down, or like a big seed bank there. So we put it down, we're slicing holes in it, putting plants in, and letting it biodegrade on site, because we want that weed control until those plants are really, really filled out. And by the time it kind of loses its integrity and like pretty heavy-duty weeds can get through it, we're hoping that the plants then, their coverage is the deterrent for things germinating in there.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And just one more thing, and that is, I think if you could, you just touched on it briefly there, but it was eye-opening for me to think about when, how when you do the work you're doing, or when the park board's looking at doing some management of areas, that if the land is adjacent to a non-park board land that's wild and unmanaged, like railroad yards or something like that, it's a very difficult area for then you to even begin to work in. Is that true?
Yeah, Commissioner, that is one of our huge challenges, is we are adjacent to so many areas that either we aren't managing at the high of a level, or that it's an adjacent property. Railroad properties are one of the most challenging, but even if we have, for example, Longfellow Prairie is directly next to Longfellow Gardens, so we have very different thresholds for weed pressure. Longfellow Gardens has, for 15 years plus, not used any herbicides. She's been managing that organically, but there is a huge pressure from weeds in that prairie if it goes unmanaged. And so even our own properties and putting these facilities next to each other, these park features next to each other, creates kind of internal pressure. And I know that's a great example. The prairie's amazing. It's so great that it's right next to it. It can be this whole experience for visitors to come and visit. But having it next to that higher level formal garden is challenging. I know that Parade Stadium is challenged by the meadow at the Sculpture Garden, because at the Sculpture Garden, my team's not treating dandelions, and we obviously have a huge bank of plants that we can treat noxious weeds, but we can't get every single one. And they're trying to create premier turf for the highest level of play in the city. So, we do challenge each other as much as our neighbors challenge us.
Thank you.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, thank you. Very impressive that we even have this data, really. But so we have it. Let's use it. I have 3, I guess. Well, I guess the first one is, like, how do we know? I mean, how do we have confidence in this data? It's just I'm curious how it's tracked. And then going back a few slides, there was an herbicide use that was kind of high in 2020, and then really high in 2025, and then hardly any in the middle. So what accounted for that swing in the last 5-6 years? And then lastly, I think what I heard you say is that pesticide and herbicide use in golf courses is up to the golf course manager. Is that accurate?
Commissioner Engelhardt, yeah, each golf course has their own team that's managing it. So they have their own golf course manager, and then they have their maintenance foreman. And so it isn't one team that's going and doing each course. There are teams located at each course. So the management differs based on teams, just like the horticulture areas might differ based on who's managing them. Obviously, we're all following the same policy in our operations manual, but everybody brings different skill sets, and they might have different ways of managing different things. Somebody might find that an organic product in a higher volume works really well at their site, while somebody else has a different sort of pressure and timeline that they're trying to work with, and different staffing needs as well. And then as far as the question about seeing that pesticide drop off, it probably had a lot to do with staffing. A lot of the times, even on that slide with the rose garden and the rainfall, high rainfall and not seeing the usage there probably indicates that the garden didn't look very good because we weren't able to treat at a timely manner, or it was raining so much that we could never find a dry window to do the treatment at the right time, and by the time the window happened, it was too late in the season and we determined it wasn't worth applying. So a lot of it has to do with our ability to activate that maintenance routine. So I know our natural resources department, when in 2020 had one person on staff, our supervisor James, and now it's 3 full-time staff, and he has seasonals and, you know, CCM with him as well. So like our ability to manage better increases. So you're going to see product increase because they're probably maintaining larger areas that they were previously not touching.
Great, thank you again for the presentation. My first question is around, what you talked about with design and how some of the pesticide pressures are predictable based on that. So tying in similarly to how our forestry preservation coordinator works with city or county staff on public works projects, are we working very closely with our own planning department to try to get ahead of potential issues?
Chair Despande, yes, we review plans from planning. It's come a long way from in the 7 years I've been here as far as plan review. A lot of the challenges are you can't hit every box, and we try to make the most out of every project we do, and sometimes not everything is ideal and perfect, and that does create challenges, but if it doesn't create challenges for one, it's probably a challenge for another. But we absolutely review plans and give feedback, and then it's up to our planners to incorporate the best they can within the budgets they're given and the community expectations. Big challenges are things like water access. Running a water line's really expensive, and that can eat up the whole landscape budget for a project. And that's one of the hardest things for us is with, you know, not consistent rain. Access to water is a big challenge. You know, just getting into parks, you know, a wide trail where my water truck can fit in so that I don't need a water source is also a wide trail where anyone can drive their car into the park and maybe make a safety risk for kids at play. So like we have to balance all of those too. So it is really challenging, and our planners do a great job reviewing it and doing as much as they can, and they are always continuously improving, and we're improving on working with them and giving them feedback as well.
Okay, thank you. And then the report mentions that the most prevalent use of pesticides would be at pools and also rodenticides. But at the same time, we're not actually tracking the use of the most prevalent pesticides in the system. What's our plan to fix that, especially given that rodenticides have a lot of upstream and downstream effects on the environment and other animals? Like when an eagle eats an infected rat, that's a problem for the eagle too.
Yeah, Chair Despande, right now we don't kind of track any sort of like interior building pesticides. Really, our policy is focused on like land care and landscape maintenance. That's certainly flagged from our last round when we updated to our current IPM policy. We were updating, the last update had been in 2008, so it was a big lift to get to where we were in this last round, and then our next review cycle of that policy comes up this winter into next year. So that is already on our list as far as the rodenticides go, to see what additional information we can capture and put into the revisions next round, because that was flagged in the first round. And then as far as pool chemicals go, our staff has the ability to know how much we purchased and used because we buy it, we know how much we're buying, and so we can track how much we're going through. But since those used at a very specific amenity, the general public knows if they're entering a wading pool, it's chlorinated, with the exception, obviously, of Weber Natural Swimming Pool, where folks can seek out that experience without those sort of products. So that one's a little bit different. It certainly could be tracked and reported on. I certainly could work with folks in asset management to do so, but because that is a very kind of different use, much like cleaning chemicals in our bathrooms and whatnot, it's not currently included.
Okay. And the last thing I'll say is more just commentary, but I think what creates a lot of fear in people's minds is, for lack of a better term, toxicity. Toxicity to other plants, to natural areas, to animals, to humans. And so when we have these broad, varied uses of different types of pesticides, I think it would be helpful to break them down in terms of what known science, as we understand it today, says about toxicity to those different categories of life. And one thing about the golf course in particular, we see that the chart was super high, right, for golf course use. But at the same time, a lot of the things that were used were plant growth suppressants, which are technically classified as pesticides, but maybe aren't toxic to anything. And so that's part of the educational material that I think we need, and the public needs to understand, that regardless of the amount of a product used, we need to understand like the larger scale impacts of what some of these items are. And so being able to say, hey, we know that this is a problematic substance will go a long way. Any other questions? No other questions. Okay, well, with that, thank you. We will adjourn the Operations and Environment Committee.
Here at 8:57, I will reconvene the Administration and Finance Committee, and we are on Resolution 2026-79. If somebody would be so kind as to read that resolution, I would appreciate it.
I'll move Resolution 2026-79, a resolution approving a donation agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and Minneapolis Community Clay Courts related to fundraising, donation, and implementation of clay surface tennis courts at East 46th Street and South 32nd Avenue in Minneapolis within Minnehaha Park Regional Trail.
Thank you. Any questions regarding this action? Any questions at all? I'll just say, thank you, number one, Charles. What did you say? You're the international headquarters? Anyway, I love that. Anyway, this has been a very successful partnership. I just really, really appreciate you moving on to a different community. It's going to be greatly appreciated, and hoorah, thank you. Not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That action carries. On to our next resolution, if somebody would be so kind as to read that.
Resolution approving a donation agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and support the court's foundation related to fundraising, donation, and implementation of hard surface tennis courts north of Minnehaha Parkway near the Nokomis Recreation Center within Nokomis Hiawatha Regional Park.
Any questions about this? Any questions? I'll just say I appreciate both of these are in District 5 and greatly needed, both of them. And so we're just really blessed with these relationships, I guess is the best way. So not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That action carry. On to our next resolution.
I'll move Resolution 2026-85. Resolution approving the memorandum of understanding with the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization related to 1720 Marshall Street Northeast, a part of the Above the Falls Regional Park.
Great. Yes, Vice President Desronde.
Thank you, Chair Forney. My question was around the property itself. The memo says that the building that's there is unusable, but it didn't really define why. And then I'm wondering if that building's going to be around for a while. Demolition is not happening for who knows when. Is there any way we can make it usable and earn some revenue off of it?
Chair Forney, Vice President Deshpande, this building has had holes in the roof which have allowed water to infiltrate, causing problems on the inside, mixing with the components of the roofing material to create toxic materials on the inside. The last time when somebody was in the building to check to see if it was viable for restoration or reuse, they wore Tyvek suits. So no, it's not reusable.
Thank you.
That's the blunt answer, okay? Commissioner Engelhardt.
I'm sorry, I wasn't tracking this one, but what is happening with this property?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Engelhardt, is the question, what are we proposing to do under this MOU?
Yes.
The MOU allows MWMO to use resources that it has already allocated for this project for the removal of the building. We have resources that we also have directed to removal of the building, and between the combination of funds, we'll be able to remove the building, the parking lot, and begin the transformation of the site to parkland.
And if I understand correctly, remediate the grounds in a lot of ways. So, I mean, making it healthy land, I guess is the best way to say it. So, once again, the relationship with MWMO has been just so powerful, and I'm really grateful for their volunteering, actually, to be a part of this. So, anyway, not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? That action carries. On to our final resolution. If somebody would please be so kind as to read that.
I'll move Resolution 2026-89, resolution accepting the nomination and initiating the public hearing process to rename McCray Park to Wallace Jack O'Neill Jackman Park as proposed by Dr. Tanya Jackman Hampton.
Great. We will then, what should we say, finish where we were started, and I'm grateful that you were able to stay on for this.
Thank you, Co-Chair Forney. Also, there is one more resolution after that.
Oh,
after
that's
this
right.
one.
I
There's the
completely
Hennepin
forgot about
County Youth
that.
Sports.
Thank you for that reminder.
Okay, so I'm really impressed by how nicely Kate took a very complicated policy and made it very easy for you. And I'm not going to be able to probably hit it quite as well as she did on the naming policy. As I was looking at it, I was like, "Whew, there's a lot in here." So I'm going to hit the high points. We can talk about it in more detail at different parts of it, but I want to give you a little kind of overview of the naming policy before you have to actually take action on this item tonight, kind of in our process of helping folks get the onboarding in the moment when you need it. So one thing, as you think about our naming policy, one thing that I will initially point out is there's really it talks about naming of parks and naming of park assets. And in some cases, the naming conventions include both. So for example, when we think about naming for like a gift or a donation, it's usually only the park asset. You can't actually name a park for a donation. Naming of a park usually is associated with aspects of its geography, or if you have, like we have tonight in front of us, naming for an individual based on their contributions to the system. When we think about our naming convention, we typically are thinking about the name of the park, and each asset within the park is usually named for it. However, especially when it comes to naming for monetary contributions, that's when you start to see a lot of interplay of the name of the asset within the park perhaps having a different name than the park itself. And then there are a few things, especially for our regional parks. You will see, like, for example, we have the Chain of Lakes Regional Park, but within it, you might hear people talk about Isles Park or Cedar Park or something like that. Those are usually smaller secondary names within a larger regional park name. We have a relatively refreshed naming policy. We reapproved it in December of 2025. There were a lot of pieces we were trying to accommodate within this policy. One of it was naming rights. Another one was looking at how indigenous naming would take a place within the system in a meaningful way. We also really needed to take some time to look at how we remove names, because that's become an increasingly important thing, is being able to retire names that no longer meet the mission and the vision of the organization. So there were a lot of updates that we made. So actually, the naming in front of you tonight is one of the first ones that is coming through this brand new policy. There are kind of 4 sections in the policy. You'll see it in both the policy and the procedure. The first section is really kind of our more traditional naming, so the way we had been naming the assets and parks within the organization for decades. And those were usually around geographic features or individuals who had historic connections to the park. Most recently, we've added concepts around Dakota and indigenous naming as well into that basic kind of main naming category of the system. In this area, we can also name parks after the function of that park. And you'll see this in a few areas. We have actually added some limits to naming in terms of how long the name lives. And actually in this category, we've identified that especially if you're naming it after an asset, the name only is as long as that asset is viable. We never wanted to perpetuate an asset within the system, something that might not actually be used by the public anymore because it had a name associated with it. So we want to be able to retire names or retire assets even if they are named for an individual in particular. Nomination requirements. You would have all received the nomination for renaming McCrae Park, so that's a really great example. Things that are included in this is the person who is submitting it, their contact information, they're identifying what they want to name, they're trying to articulate what the significance is of that name for the commissioners, and we make sure that it's clear that it doesn't have to be just a resident, it can be a resident or a non-resident who puts a nomination forward. When we think about naming after individuals, we're really looking at the contributions that individual has made to the park system. And we're looking at the names of parks that are currently after individuals in the system and trying to make sure we're hitting kind of a similar level of significance of that new request. We also require a 2-year wait period from the initial nomination. That's a long-standing practice of this board, and it has been in practice for quite a while, and specifically because it's common when there's a recent death or there's a recent significant maybe concern that comes up for there to be a big swell around naming, so it's really kind of almost a cooling off period for a 2-year time to say, okay, we'll make sure that in that 2-year time that this is the direction we want to go. A new aspect to this policy was identifying that at a 75-year time period, we would reevaluate anything that's named after a person. That is kind of a systematic way of us starting to say, look, not all names last in a way that are consistent with our mission and vision. I know some of you are already having some really deep conversations about that, about existing park names. This is a way for us to systematically review those names and see how they are lining up with the current direction of the board. The nomination timeline. I don't have all the little fly-ins like Adam likes to have, but it'll give you a sense of it. So we start with the nomination. We receive the date that the nomination received. We then have a meeting like this that we're having tonight for McCrae, where the board gets to consider whether they accept that nomination. So you do it at admin finance, and then you go to the full board. If the board accepts that nomination, then it goes into additional community engagement into the public hearing process. One of the main reasons why we've added this step is that it could take 2 years to tell the nominator whether or not the board was interested or not, and that's a long time for that nominator to wait, and maybe a lot of time for them to be hoping for something that the board doesn't have an intent of saying yes to. So that step was put in not necessarily to be an early approval, but at least to give that nominator some early feedback in terms of whether or not this is something that the board feels should go through community engagement. And then finally, after the 2 public hearings, then the board considers it at the planning committee actually, and then full board. There's a little difference in the staging of these depending on if it's a name after an individual versus a name that is non-individual. So for the initial public hearing, it has to be within 6 months of, say, what this meeting would be like tonight for the first public hearing. And for the second public hearing, if it's not after an individual, it can happen as soon as appropriate or as we can schedule it. But if it's after an individual, you have to take it that last public hearing 2 months before the final approval. So it's kind of that distance out of almost 2 years before that final public hearing is held. This next slide is actually kind of the key questions that are in front of you tonight. At this stage, what you are trying to determine is if this nomination is something that you want to move forward. And the resolution that's in front of you actually is written as a way where you're accepting it and moving it forward. So if you don't want to do that, what we would be looking for is you to give us some direction as to why. And you might say it's great, let's move it forward, things are accurate, it seems like we're ready for community input on it. You might return it to the nominator because you think that there needs to be some additional items addressed in the section 1H, and I'll show you what that section is in a minute, but that really talks about kind of the relationship to the park and the park system and whether or not it meets kind of a level of significance. And then you can also say that it doesn't really meet you don't think it's going to meet that, and you could actually not approve the resolution tonight as an alternative. The next 2 items, when we started really thinking deeply about naming for Dakota or naming for providing indigenous names that weren't Dakota, we really came to a spot of saying that there is going to be a pretty long, lengthy process with either a Dakota or another indigenous community, and that is going to require a lot of engagement, and it would be, we thought, misplaced to hold public hearings at the end of that the public hearing when it comes after a Dakota name or an indigenous name happens at the front end, where you say we are going to name it as a Dakota name or we are going to pursue an indigenous name, and then you let that process play out with the tribes, because that is really what we're looking for, is those tribes to bring those names forward, or for that indigenous community who is bringing it to us to bring it forward, versus them putting additional public hearings on the end of it. So that's section 1H that we were talking about. That really looks at the enduring quality of the individual, family, or group's contributions to the park system in comparison to those of historically significant individuals, families, or groups after which parks have already been named. You would also be looking for the opinions and the responses of local residents. That's going to come throughout the next probably several months, almost 2 years, as we would be looking at this in this potential nomination. The next item is not relevant because this is not in a regional park, but if it was, we would be looking to see that the Metropolitan Parks and Open Space Commission, the State Historical Preservation Office, that both of those groups were okay with the name that was coming forward. The other big thing, and this is going to be an ongoing process, we've already been doing a little bit of work on it. It was really intentional that throughout this revised naming policy that we signal that Dakota naming is going to be a priority. And so we will be working through a process to make sure that there isn't a significant, or there isn't actually an existing Dakota name for this property or a site of significance. And that'll look like us having conversations with our Indigenous Park Council. It'll look like us sending communications to the historic preservation officers of the Dakota tribes, and it'll look like us talking with the Urban Indian Advisory Board. Those are the key stops that we will look at there. Carrie Day, our Indigenous liaison, has already done some additional review, and she's looked at kind of relevant maps that we know of. She has not seen anything yet, but she wants to make sure that we do all of those other checks as well. This does take me now to the next piece that I will touch on, and that is how we are thinking about Indigenous naming within this policy. We really prioritize Dakota, but we also, because of the Dakota homeland. But we also know that Minneapolis is now the home to many people who are Indigenous who may not be Dakota. And so we first ask, is there a Dakota name? And then we, if there isn't, and there's another Indigenous name that comes forward, we have processes to kind of work through both of them. But the Dakota gets the preference on it. As we think about naming, we think about an existing name, an original name, a site of significance, and then this fourth one, really, or item D, really came out of a lot of the listening sessions we did, roundtables that we did. Carrie Christensen and then Emma Pachuta eventually, and then Carrie Day helped lead and coordinate, where there is this piece in naming where the name emerges, right? And the name might emerge off of current use or current relationship to the land, and that too would come through Dakota tradition on how you would think about naming. So there might not always be a historic name or a site of significance, but there might be a new relationship that could be captured through Dakota ceremony and thinking about what that name should be. I'm not going to go through this. This is just pulling out the procedure. It's meant to help really provide some guidance to what are the steps and how we would work through both naming for Dakota as well as Indigenous. So we really went to some effort to try to lay out the procedure. And this, as we do it and as we experience, we might come to the board and say we need to make some amendments to this, but this was our best effort to try to figure out the most respectful way that actually allowed Dakota or Indigenous culture to cultivate that name versus it being kind of more of a Western approach to it. Really shifting gears and going all the way to the other side of this, which is more around naming rights. So looking at naming for donations within the Minneapolis park system, and this would only be park assets. We have a lot of demand for individuals wanting to contribute to something and then being able to articulate a naming right that associates with it. This policy allows that. It does in a similar way, especially, and obviously because it would be named after a person, requires a review every 75 years. If there is an asset being donated, it actually has to meet the needs of the organization. So somebody can't say, I want to give you this and I want you to name it after me, and for us to be like, we don't want either the thing or the name. So it gives us the ability to say that. In this section 2D2 and D3, I'll show you that in a second, that lays out some of the baseline criteria. And then we also felt like we need to give some baseline indication of what it might cost to have a naming right. So it's either $500,000 or half the value of the asset, and if or half the value of the asset if it is less than $500,000. So likely in many cases it would be a larger donation than $500,000, but we wanted to give folks an idea that this isn't a $10,000 gift that results in a significant naming of an asset within the system, unless it was a $20,000 asset that was being donated. As I mentioned, section 2D2 and D3 really are intended to signal to potential donors the things that we aren't likely to do and the things that we would be willing to do. Just a baseline. The board ultimately has all of the decisions on a naming right, but trying to give possible donors an initial idea. How does this work? A request goes to the superintendent assigns a project manager, the finance director determines evaluation, we develop a determination of whether or not the naming is compliant, we likely get into a donation agreement, and we would then ask the board to approve that naming right. Removing names. Basically around this is we formalized that when an individual has a name or has a park named after them, and for whatever reason we now don't feel that that name is reflective of who we are as an organization, the board has the ability to revoke that, and that's both for naming after an individual through a non-monetary as well as through a monetary contribution. We provide in the policy also the option, and this was something we piloted and it's so far working pretty well, of removing a name that is considered offensive in any way and being able to change the name to something that would be a more street level type name. So we currently, for example, have 40th Street Park, and that would be a great example of how we have applied this part of the policy. Now, we get to the Wallace Jack O'Neill Jackman Park nomination. I've already taken you through the timeline of when it was nominated. I corrected that. It now says 2025, not 26. You've heard a little bit about Wallace Jack O'Neill Jackman. Just for reference, here's where McCrae Park is within our park system. It was originally just referred to as the park at Chicago and 46th. It is currently named for Alexander A. McCrae. McCrae was a banker and also had served as a park commissioner for 18 years and was at kind of two different parts of his life. Was president from 1919 to 1921, and then later in the 40s was also a park commissioner and actually died during his tenure as a commissioner at the age of 74. With that, I leave for you that review of kind of the key criteria or options that you have as you think about whether you accept this nomination tonight.
Thank you. A lot to consume as far as the process. Questions, discussion, that's what we're here for. Anybody? Vice President Despande.
Thank you, Chair Forney. Well, thank you too for coming out. This was, I mean, it's super informative to learn about your father and just how much of an impact he had on the community. And from what I can tell, at least two park board commissioners, and Edward Salomon and Charles Rucker. The questions I had were more just about procedure and some of the things that we were sent earlier on, which is there's the option of naming the whole park. There's the option of naming like an asset within the park, like the rec center. And then there's the option of doing a dual name, like it would be McCrae Jackman Park, for example, or reversed. Can you discuss how we got to the naming the whole park versus an asset versus a hybrid name?
Yeah. Co-Chair Forney, Vice President Despande. In this particular case, the nomination is to rename the park. And so that's probably the simple answer of how we got there. It wasn't a nomination to rename an asset, it was a nomination to rename the park, which means all of the assets within the park per our naming convention would also be renamed per the name of that park. So you can rename an asset different than the park name, but once the park's renamed, all of the assets follow unless they've got a separate name already associated with them.
Okay, and the second thing was in the resolution itself, I noticed there was actually an error, and it says that the Whittier Alliance submitted this name, and so that I think should be corrected.
That will be corrected, my apology.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Co-Chair Carvajal Moran.
Yeah, I also want to echo Vice President Despande's words. Thank you for staying this late, and thank you for sharing about your father. I as a former youth worker, mentorship for our youth is super important, and so I just want to just thank the legacy that your family has and everything that your father did, for these youth, because it does make an impact. So more than anything, thank you for being here. I know that for public record, I do want to be transparent that as a commissioner, I was aware of this like a couple weeks ago, and so I am excited for the next part of community engagement. I know that I would like to have the opportunity to touch base with constituents in the district or also youth that go into the park just to gauge more of just the support. I will be supporting this tonight. That's the only thing that we did spoke with Commissioner Rucker, and some of the questions that I asked were regarding that, like what does community engagement look like? Was it beyond the conversations with the family? And then just tying it back to constituents, like who else can we loop in the conversation? But overall, we did connect it. I did ask from Commissioner Charles if I can be involved in those conversations, but more than anything for public record, I wanted to share that. But again, thank you for being here. Thank you to your dad and just amazing legacy. So thank you.
President Olson.
Yeah, thanks for letting me speak. I'm, even though I'm not on the committee. Yeah, it's, I find this tough because it's, just kind of my personal philosophy. Kind of last term, in some ways, I wanted to kind of move on from naming parks after people, but in another way, I also feel it's kind of a bit of a double standard because we had so many parks named after white men for so long. To start to apply that standard now feels hypocritical, and like we're not able to acknowledge people who have had really strong impacts on the community. So just trying to express some conflict that, I am feeling in this as I'm going forward, because like when you hear these stories, it's obviously very, very compelling and important to recognize, acknowledge, and uplift. But also in this conversation, what we're seeing is that, there's kind of a, I'm hearing the word legacy. There's a legacy of several different coaches in this that was started by Jack. And so I'm wondering, in this conversation as we have this, if we move this forward, if we can, discuss if it's, if we call it like Legacy Park, and then we have, informative, interpretive, signage and kind of biographies of the different, folks who have come through and kind of been along this line. And so in some ways we can honor kind of the concept and the what these folks stood for and what they created for our community. That said, I mean, if we name it after Wallace Jack O'Neill Jackman, I would not be mad. But it's just these are some of the thoughts that I'm having because oftentimes we do things after names and then time passes, and I know we have a provision here to reconsider names after people. But I wonder if this is kind of an opportunity for us to be cognizant of rethinking how we do this. Taking these stories, finding what folks stand for, what they are, putting perhaps signage, the information, the history of it within the park, and then naming it in a different way that is more long-lasting. I don't know. But I'm not going to be voting today, but I just wanted to kind of express some of my thoughts on naming after people.
Thank you, Vice President Desponde for a second time.
Sorry, I realized I had a couple other questions. One is, and I don't even know if this is possible, but do we know or have we spoken to the family or descendants of Commissioner Board President McRae?
Co-Chair Forney and Vice President Deshpande, we have not. We can do our best to reach out, but we have not spoken with them.
Okay. And then the other thing is that part of the policy, we would revisit names every 75 years per policy. Right now, we're at 71 years for McCray Park. So we're jumping the gun slightly, and it seems like for good reasons, but was that taken into consideration that we've already basically violated our policy?
Co-chair Forney, Vice President Deshpande, no, actually, we haven't done that. We, with a pretty fresh policy, we have to do some work to look at all of the names that might be at that 75-year mark right now and start charting a course to that. So we haven't fully processed all of that component of the new policy yet.
Okay, and then the last thing is that if we approve this tonight, we're basically saying we want the whole park and all the assets to be named one way. But, so is there, if the community were to push back or we were to learn something different down the line, and this is not just for this park, but for any future park, is there a way to essentially change and revisit the resolution to say, hey, we'd actually prefer to do a hybrid name or to rename an asset instead?
Co-chair Forney, Vice President Deshpande, yes, and in fact, there's actually a couple of cases right now where we have names that came forward where the board had asked us to look at maybe other alternatives, and so we started engaging with those families about other alternatives. So that's always a possibility. I will also point out in the actual nomination, there is the option of keeping McCray Park as part of the name as well. So the nominator has expressed some level of flexibility about that. If McCray was something that we wanted to hold on to and we wanted to add this to it, there's maybe a way of putting those two things together.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rucker.
Yeah, you know, I say what I said earlier. I don't need to repeat that, but growing up, born and raised Southside, I seen the impact from Coach Jack. Changing that neighborhood from a racist neighborhood, segregated neighborhood, to a neighborhood where we could go. He was a part of that, you know, and we're talking about checking the boxes. He's checking the boxes of his contributions to the park system. You know, just from, not just for football, like I said earlier, it was a program. It was for us to have a lifestyle, for us to feel proud of ourselves, for us to walk with our heads up. I'm talking about black kids, because we were always being beat down. We were always being, you know, talked down upon, but he didn't allow that. You know, he was a coach who was just so involved where he wouldn't allow us, for anybody to demean us or do anything, you know, to us in a way where other coaches were looking at what he was doing. President Olson alluded to several other coaches. He was the leader of those coaches. Okay, so this was his blueprint. And from his blueprint, these other coaches was, well, we were Pee-wees, right? The other coaches might have been the 10U team. So that first team was his team, and then the other teams followed his blueprint, because we started having so many kids come down to McCray to play. We only had, our building was like, we just had storage, a place to use the restroom, and a water fountain. That's all we had. But he created that park into a family where we didn't need, you know, all the amenities that you know, the suburbs have. We just had family. You know, and he started that. He started that at McCray, and they still use his, you know, the same model, you know, Green Machine. That was his. That started years ago. Going getting us new jerseys because he felt like we looked like the Bad News Bears with the first uniforms that we had. So he went out, you know, did his due diligence, and next thing we know, we're opening up boxes of brand new uniforms. Because he knew, you know, if we wore, you know, good uniforms, nice uniforms, we felt good about ourselves. And that was an everyday thing that we had to overcome in our community because of what was going on. So for me, yeah, I might be biased because of who it is, but, you know, I would be supporting this if I heard the story and the person who lived that back in the day, I would be supporting this because of how important Coach Jack was to the community. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Co-Chair Forney. I'm going to try to keep this short because I don't want to try to follow up too much on what Commissioner Rucker has spoken to very eloquently tonight. But I do want to address some of the concerns that were brought up by President Olson around renaming parks in terms of people. And I will say that as somebody who grew up with the only Latino last name in my hometown, it kind of cuts deeply to hear people say, like, well, maybe at this point we shouldn't recognize people when it's people who haven't been recognized the way that they should have been. And I also want to say that, last summer at one of my campaign events, I had one of my best friends who is a Dakota language keeper speak. And one of the things that they said about the Dakota culture is that in Dakota culture, every place is sacred. All of the land is sacred because of every place that you step, somebody has lived and died there. And when we look at how we're addressing the history of our parks and our city, and how so often the parks are the places that hold the history of our city, I think it is vital that we look at people who have made such an impact that has gone unrecognized for so long, and that we make the effort to look beyond what our historical policies are and things like that to say, are we truly holding the history of our city and the people who have lived and died here and in our heart when we do these things? And I think that for me personally, I know I don't get to vote in this committee, but I wholeheartedly support this renaming because I think that that is in alignment with Dakota values and with my values as a person. Thank you.
You turn your light off, okay.
Madam President, can I make
yes.
just one comment? I mean,
Yes, Councilor Rice.
this has turned into a nomination, but then background on the policy. Just one thing commissioners should know about, since we've gone this far and it felt should be mentioned. What's important to you all remember is the authority to name and rename comes from the charter. It's chapter 6, section 2, F, realty, supermajority required for certain actions. The board may dedicate, buy, lease, or name or rename realty with at least 6 affirmative votes. So I just thought as you begin to deliberate it, if you do rename this park or even that,
Thank you for that. This is a really difficult one for me. I'm not positive, but I think in my 13 years, I think there's only one park that I do think that we've changed the name, and that was Bede-Makaska. There have been parts of our parks that have been named or renamed. Anyway, so this is a really, really heavy lift. And I appreciate hearing that the family is open to some flexibility. And so I would actually encourage that instead an asset of the park be named for your father. And football field to me would be wonderful, being that that was his greatest contribution and everything to that community. It really is. It's a very, very, very difficult thing, to do, to rename. And it's not a matter that I have any fondness necessarily for McCray or not, that is not the issue. But it really, renaming a park is a very, very critical thing. And whether or not it should be to a person, whether it should be such as Bede McCoska, a place, that I think is something we will be struggling with for the next 4 years. And that's why there has been such an incredibly in-depth process that, as Deputy Superintendent Ringel has put forward to us to make us really think about what it is that we're doing. And so I'm sorry, but I will be voting against this and hopefully encourage the family to look at an asset within McCray is where I really truly feel that the honoring, the memorializing should be happening. That's just my feeling. And I see that Commissioner Engelhardt has put on his light. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate how everyone's being thoughtful and sharing their thoughts, and obviously, thank you, and thank your sister, as your sister, right, for presenting, and Commissioner Rucker, and just everybody. I didn't even know where McCray Park was. I don't get out of the east side of the town very often. But it's very compelling. The fact that it is where it is. I think it means a lot to name a park in that particular part of the city after a black man that led youth like that. So I'm for it. I understand the concept of not trying to move on from naming parks after people, even though I'm kind of talking about doing that with my neighborhood park, which I don't think we have to worry about Andrew Jackson's family or what people think about him. Hopefully not, because we don't care about what they think about. The people that like Andrew Jackson we can fight. Anyway, so I'm for it. I think I appreciate the thoughtfulness. I appreciate everybody sharing their thoughts, and it makes sense why it's a concern to not name parks after people as a concept. But given where this one is in the city, and given what we've heard tonight, I'm moved. I'm for it.
Co-chair, Carvajal Moran, excuse me.
Yeah, more than anything, I just want to extend the invitation. I think we'll be voting soon, and I think we'll get we'll see how we vote. But I just want to extend the invitation. I am more than happy to work on community engagement. That will be the next step. And so just I don't know if that's office hours in the district, but more than anything, I just want to extend that invitation that let's work on that community engagement. So just overall wanting to extend that invitation. Thank you.
Thank you all for the discussion on that. I will then ask those who are in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Oppose? Nay. That action passes, and thank you for the reminder that we do need the amended action here, and that's for Resolution 2026-86. Somebody would like to move that, or?
I'll move Resolution 2026-86, Hennepin Youth Activities Grant. That's it, right?
Do you want it?
Oh.
Here it is right there.
resolution authorizing the superintendent to apply for grants through the 2026 Hennepin County Youth Activities Grant Program, not to exceed the amount of $300,000 each for basketball courts and a low-flow water feature at Cedar Avenue Field Park and for playground features at Cavill Park.
Great. Any questions about the action? Any questions? Not seeing any lights. And also a reminder that this will be going forward to the full board. So all those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries, and I will adjourn then the Administration and Finance Committee. Planning? No, employee relations.
We'll move the Committee on Employee Relations till after the, I don't know. Take it away, Secretary Ringgold.
President Olson, Chair Engelhardt, there's been an ask to move the Planning Committee before the Employee Relations because we have guests for the Planning Committee. So I will leave that in the capable hands of Chair Garcia.
Thank you, Secretary Ringgold. At 9:46, I will call to order this meeting of the Planning Committee. Will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Carbajal Moran,
Here.
Vice President Deshpande,
Here.
Commissioner Engelhardt,
Here.
Vice Chair Forney,
Here.
Chair Garcia.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to move the agenda.
So moved.
Right. All those in favor of the agenda before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. We have an agenda.
Approve the minutes of March 4th, 2026, as well as March 18th, 2026.
Thank you, Vice Chair Forney. All those in, is there any discussion on the minutes? All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the minutes pass. And that brings us on to our...
I'll move resolution 2026-80, a resolution approving temporary occupancy under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 for a City of Minneapolis Highway Safety Improvement Program, HSIP, project at Bloomington Avenue and Minnehaha Parkway and at 28th Avenue South and Minnehaha Parkway adjacent to and within Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail.
All right, and is there discussion on this item? Oh, Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, Chair Garcia. When I was reading through the memo, one thing that stood out to me was that the city took a lot of great care to just assume that this was extensive parkland or there's a large parkland presence. But at the same time, like nobody's quite sure and that it was murky. And I was just wondering, like, how is that possible that we don't exactly know who owns what at this intersection?
Chair Garcia, Commissioner Deshpande, maybe it's the lateness of the evening, but I do have to correct the record and say that the Park Board staff went to great lengths to try to understand what the Park Board ownership was and to recognize the potential full extent of that and the impacts that this project might have on it. The reason that we don't always know the property ownership is because we have a 140-year-old system, and some of this land was deeded to the Park Board in those very early days with handwritten deeds that don't always say by and acting through its Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board when deeding from or to the city. So there are situations all across our system where we gradually disentangle the actual property ownership in places where that's unclear. And in general, where parkways connect with the local street system is where we tend to see the least clarity. In some cases, there actually is city right-of-way that crosses parkways. In some cases, there's demonstrably not. In these two cases, we could not quickly find out. The project does have a construction timeline. We were a little bit behind the 8 ball. And so it was MPRB staff's recommendation to really try to identify the maximum possible extent of impact on parkland, which is essentially to recognize the entire intersection reconstructions as impacts on parkland. And the city was amenable to that procedure going forward. That does not confer land rights on the park board should we discover later that there is in fact city right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, I didn't want to imply that the city was making that effort. I was clear that we are obviously defending our own interests and our own property, but I was glad to hear that maybe this, like you said, the city was amenable to that. So, but thank you for fighting and for pushing for our interests.
Commissioner Engelhardt.
Yeah, this isn't so much about, you know, these parcels, but it's about, you know, MnDOT's a good partner. I know the folks that are here tonight are guests, and it's certainly not personal. But what I'm thinking about is, you know, is District 1 and the proposal that MnDOT has to take away the left turn off of 280, so it'd be turning west, and that's going to direct traffic. We just, Adam and I just presented to some very excited constituents about what's happening with the missing link and the southeast neighborhoods and the inequities there, and that's going to direct traffic onto East Hennepin and up Industrial Boulevard, which, you know, looks really exciting what's possible there. So, I mean, I'm having a hard time supporting this with the lack of engagement the public has had about that that massive change that's already going to harm inequities that the southeast neighborhoods are experiencing in our park system. So it's up. I mean, I think it's my responsibility to speak up for that. Given this opportunity, I'd like to see a report on traffic patterns, what could be done to alleviate that elimination of that left turn lane and the increase on traffic on East Hennepin and Industrial Boulevard.
Thank you, Commissioner Engelhardt. Are there any other comments or questions about this resolution? All right. Seeing none, we can proceed to a vote. And all of those in favor of Resolution 2026-80, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that carries.
I'll move Resolution 2026-81, resolution approving temporary occupancy under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 for the State of Minnesota Department of Transportation roadway reconstruction project along Trunk Highway 47, University Avenue, adjacent to and within Chute Square Park.
Thank you, Vice Chair Forney. Are there any discussions on this resolution? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that carries. And with that, at 9:53, I will adjourn this meeting of the Planning Committee.
I call to order the Committee of Employee Relations.
Vice President Deshpande.
Here.
Commissioner Frederick.
Here.
Commissioner Garcia.
Here.
Vice Chair Rucker.
Here.
Chair Engelhardt.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I believe the only item in front of us is the study report.
The minutes?
Oh, the minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
approve.
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Approve the
First,
agenda.
we have to do the agenda.
Oh, okay. A motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is passed. All right.
I would move the minutes of the previous meeting, the Employee Relations Committee minutes of February 18th, 2026, the Employee Relations Committee minutes of March 4th, 2026, and the Employee Relations Committee minutes of March 18th, 2026.
A second. Need one?
Don't need a
Don't
second.
need one. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Minutes passed. Study report.
Okay.
Okay, commissioners. Last item before the, well, actually, no, you have to go back to full board and do that last resolution there. Okay. What we wanted to get in front of you tonight was a little bit of information on the retention and recruitment work we've been doing in the organization. I can certainly go in more depth with any of you outside of here, but I'll at least get you kind of the seeds planted so that you can chat with me more about it if you want to. This is work we've been doing for about 2 years. We've been doing it with a consultant, Andy Goldman Gray, AGG Marketing. And this really came about because as an executive team, we were trying to understand recruitment and retention within our organization. And actually, when we started, recruitment was a lot harder, but recruitment has started to get a little bit easier over time. The job market has started to turn a little bit more in our favor. But the basic things that we were looking at here is, why people join, why people stay, what they say, and what inspires discretionary effort. Our consultant started asking for quite a bit of data, wanted a lot of organizational materials to review our employee survey, and then ended up doing some small group listening sessions within the organization as well. Those listening sessions included about 35 to 40 people, and they really looked at people who might have newly joined the organization or who were recently promoted in the organization, trying to get understanding of what was driving them to choose us or to re-choose us if they had just taken on a new job. Here's kind of the long list of all the things that the consultant reviewed. I won't go through each of them, but I wanted to give you a sense, as I now report out to you in a second, what some of the things he saw, what the body of information is that he was looking at. No, the slides are gone. Well, this is fortuitous. We just went to the high level themes. So that's fantastic. So the high level themes are that as he looked through the materials and as he talked with staff, generally positive feelings about the organization, that in general employees were at a pretty low flight risk. Certainly in the most recent employee survey, we still see some areas where we've got work to do, but in general, people are telling us they plan on staying here at least another year. A lot of participants came to our organization through targeted search or referral. As we have seen in other data, there's a strong mission affiliation for our staff. They're here because they want to be part of the park system and they are driven by our mission. And he did see a gap between field workers and HQ workers and transparency, vision, and values. And I say we hear that a lot in our work, and we're constantly trying to work through that. He also detected ongoing stress from the strike and COVID that is still lingering within the organization and a perceived kind of lack of communication from the leadership team. What he also noticed was some inconsistencies across different departments and divisions, and clear opportunities for leadership and culture communications. Some of the key deliverables he brought to us was some initial branding and media type of work. We started landing in on this, you'll hear this more and more, dedicated to service, rooted in mission, trying to really capture those pieces that are pulling people into the organization. He gave us a framework for leadership on engagement, and he also, and this is what we just recently did with a whole cohort of staff, has been doing some work with us around values and shared expectations in a common culture map. And in fact, if you really want to see the whole roadmap, you have a little packet at your desk. In terms of the leadership engagement, some of the more detailed findings he had is the kind of this piece around staff not feeling like they get to have some indirect, kind of more flexible time with the executive team. So a few things that got changed. One of them is we now do one of our executive team meetings out in the parks every month. That gives us an opportunity to be in the space. It gives us an opportunity to be with the staff of that location. And staff are typically pretty excited to see us, and they're pretty appreciative of us being there. And increasingly are looking forward to telling us the story of the work they do in that spaces. And for us, we get to hear some firsthand things. Like just recently we were up at Croning, and I got a really great sense of how much work Jeanette is doing, actually the whole team did, on what really great work Jeanette's doing to build this educational model with schools. I don't know that we would have gotten that information from her in the same way had we not been in that space. So that was really wonderful. We also are doing these second Wednesdays at 1 with executive team members, and there's usually about 25 staff. We cap it at that, and this is intended to be an opportunity where we hear what's happening for them. Usually we have a topic that we want to maybe get some info on, and we make a commitment in those meetings that we will answer every question we can, and if we can't answer the question, we'll tell them why. So we really work to try to create maybe a different type of relationship than you see in a newsletter or in something where we're giving kind of a formal speech, that more informal. Andy's really encouraging us. A lot of this you'll hear is informal. He wants some more emails to come from the executive team members on topics that might spark a conversation or give folks a window into what we're doing and kind of just helping get that information out to employees. And while our LinkedIn has always done a really great job of promoting jobs, he noted that it wasn't doing a great job of promoting and amplifying the stories of the organization, so has been encouraging leaders across the organization to use LinkedIn a little bit more. When it came to kind of working on that cultural roadmap, and he was doing the listening sessions, he would start asking staff a little bit about our value statements. So we have the 6 value statements in our comprehensive plan, and try to get a sense of which ones were being actualized, that staff could give true examples of how they see us doing those values in the system, versus ones that likely seemed a little bit more aspirational. And this is how it lined up in terms of some of what he was hearing. So in terms of examples of us kind of defending and being about our independence, being connected and sustainable, people had really good stories about how that is alive in the system. When it came to equitable, innovative, and accountable, that felt a little more inspirational. We then embarked on some work. Our value statements are very outward focused and not that much driven towards how we might internalize them. So we started in kind of a small kind of executive team, and then our directors looking at defining those values more internally versus externally. And then over time, we took that and started asking what we call our broad leadership group, which is most of the supervisors in our organization. We also got a chance to talk about this with our labor management committee, where we redefined our values, and then we ended up saying 6 is a lot to work on at one time, so we took it down to 4. And especially for our labor management committee, they really wanted equitable in there. They felt like in order to be anything else, they needed to see an equitable relationship within the organization. And so we landed on these 4 to work on. And then within those 4, we started identifying what would be those shared expectations, things that we would start to try to do together across the organization. What Andy was really clear on is, as an organization, we're not broken, but we're inconsistent. And so how do we start creating some consistent shared expectations amongst work groups? I won't read all of these, but some of the ones that were really top of mind for staff were kind of underconnected inviting collaboration instead of working in silos. We talk a lot about silos, and so trying to get out of the silos into collaboration. There was also, underneath accountable, recognize and adjust service levels to match reasonable capacity. As you saw in our employee survey, staff feel like they don't have the resources they need, that there's more going on than one they can actually sustain. And so what are those levels of service that we can sustain? We brought then all of anybody who supervises staff, whether it is appointed, certified, or provisional. So all of our rec supervisors as well, the folks who you see out in the centers, we brought them together and we started saying, where are the stories in this organization where you see these values and you see these shared expectations happen? And it was a real transformative. Before we did the small group exercise, there was a lot of kind of sitting back, rolling in the seats, wondering if this was going to last. And then folks went into their small group and they started sharing stories about how they see these values and shared expectations show up in their work. It wasn't, I think there was maybe a sense of this is going to be a gotcha, like what is this going to be, like how painful are they going to make this? But it ended up, folks came back and the room was much lighter. And what was most interesting is for an organization that talks a lot about silos, every example they gave of a story was one department kind of thanking another department for their great work. And I know for us as an executive team, we're pretty encouraged by this. We're seeing kind of this concept of shared stories as something we really want to lean into. And I mean, frankly, we all tell stories, and it's just defining what those stories are that we see as being super powerful. So we're asked those leaders in our organization, we're calling them people leaders, to go out and do this work with all of the people they manage. So if you're at a center and you've got a summer help or you've got your provisionals that are there year round, what does it look like to have this conversation with them? We're giving them supports. You've got a copy of it. It's much more beautiful in color, but I can send it to you electronically so you can have it in color. But you can see that we are trying to provide staff with the support they need to start sharing the positive stories in relation to those the values and the shared expectations. We're intending to bring the group back together probably in 6 months and then another 6 months after that so we can kind of reinforce it. Obviously, there's a mixed sense of kind of feedback we get on it, right? Some people are they love this work, they can't wait to do more. Others are like, oh my gosh, what are you making me do? But in general, what we're hearing from folks is thank you, right? You're giving us a space to do this, and please don't give up. Please don't stop, right? Please don't have this be one of the things we start and then don't keep doing. So we would love your support in any way, right? We don't know the full roadmap. We're still kind of finding our way, but this is work that we're pretty excited to be embarking on. And we're thankful for the folks who are coming along with us. That's all I have.
What was the time frame for this feedback and this process?
We started about 2 years ago.
Okay.
So we actually started kind of on the tail end of strike, or tail end of COVID, but before strike. And we knew that our retention was good, but our recruitment was struggling. We were struggling to get employees into some of our key positions like lifeguards and some of those spaces that we might need a large quantity or a really specific skill set. So, but it keeps evolving for us, right? And so we started out maybe in one spot, and now we're really seeing this as an opportunity to continue to grow common culture.
Thank you. Commissioner Carvajal, or wait, I don't know who was first, but Kay.
Thank you, Chair Engelhardt. Yeah, this makes me super excited. I think that I don't know, just culture in my current workplace. I've had the opportunity to see like how supportive and positive culture really impacts to the work, and like it doesn't feel like work, and I think it's super important. So this makes me super excited. I don't know who I have shared this with, but and I want to be mindful of commissioners' capacity, but I know for the admin team that is on Wednesdays, is there any capacity for commissioners to also be a part of those meetings? I know that there's at least like in brainstorming, I have thought about like as commissioner, like meeting with different, having also meetings with like your different district and like rec centers to continue building that relationship. But since you, the admin team is already doing that work, like is there a potential partnership, you know, for commissioners to also show up? Again, being mindful with like commissioners' capacity, like not wanting to add, but I think it would be a great opportunity to build that relationship.
Chair Engelhardt and Commissioner Carvajal Moran, I think you must, are you thinking about these second Wednesdays at 1? Is that what you're thinking about? Let us take that back. Let's see what we can see in that, and that might be a possibility. Yeah, I don't know the answer yet, but we'll try to make that work.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Vice President Deshpande.
Thank you, Chair Engelhardt. Maybe I missed this, but did the consultant write a report, and can we see that report?
The slides that for whatever reason didn't show up are, let me see if I can, they're here. They're just somehow hidden in this. So let me show you just a little bit here. There is no written report. So it's just, other than like, this at the origin is something that he initially drafted and then Jolene made beautiful, along with Angela Doheny, and just took it to the next level. So we've got this, and we've got the leadership framework that kind of guides the executive team on how to start doing more engagement. Those would be two things that I can definitely share with you. But this right here, which if I don't put it into presentation mode, you're able to see, is the pieces that I think you might be interested in. So when he looked at this, this is his model of kind of the pre-application experience, the application experience, and then the post. So once the person is the employee. So awareness kind of around the circle to retention. I'm glad I thought to take it out of presentation mode here. So in terms of strengths, through the materials that he looked at and the conversations that he had, our job listings that describe our work, our total rewards package, and our culture and benefits are strengths. He was comparing us against other similar organizations, and we compare very well. Predictable and thorough process available to people with accessibility changes. We did very good local and parks-based advertising and strong job promotion on LinkedIn and Instagram. These are some of the gaps that I was mentioning. He was able to then articulate in some of those to-dos. We didn't have much non-job content on LinkedIn, so we weren't amplifying the stories of our organization beyond jobs. Our career site itself, like if you go to our jobs page, still needs some work. Not super excited about how that looked. Small advertising budget, and we didn't have much peer-to-peer recruitment. Most of our recruitment was very formal. When you went to the actual application process or application experience, the strengths were diligent and documented, strong communication throughout it, and the interview process tailored to job category. The gaps were, people were worried about safety on the job. So those are some of the limitations in terms of why people would choose Minneapolis. And frankly, from a retention standpoint, some of the biggest concerns that come up from staff is safety at work. Job offers, the level to which our actual job offer was connected to the mission and role of the organization. And then the third slice here is strengths: strong and documented onboarding, strong mission cohesion. We have good job supports, so our employee EAP is kind of our employee assistant program, so if folks need any type of counseling, they have EAP associated with it. We have a real strong tuition reimbursement program. And then recognition programs, stability and longevity are some of our strengths. And then some of the gaps, the cultural vision tied to behavioral expectations, and career path and growth opportunities. And then keeping a long tenured workforce motivated. So how do you have people not retire on the job, right? So we tend to have a really strong tenure. And how do you keep people excited when they've been here 20, 25 or so years, and that they still get excited about doing it? And so that's some of where you see on this one, where you see this trying to get a more consistent culture across the organization. I'm glad I was able to get to those.
Yeah, thank you. That's super helpful. I mean, I'd love to look at this just more deeply and also understand more about what safety means in terms of the concerns that people have. Just something for a future time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Secretary and Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, is this report was specifically about culture, not necessarily compensation, and how and different aspects of recruitment and retention, or?
Chair Engelhardt, thank you. So this was different than our wage study, right? We had done a separate compensation study. Andy did do some level of looking at kind of the range of benefits that we have in comparison to other jurisdictions, and kind of at the high level said we're competing really well there. Like that is something we compete well. We compete well on the fact that we're a mission-based organization. Those were some of our strengths when he looked across our comparable organizations.
Thank you. Could the internal influencers, is this built into that, or is that something separate?
Chair Engelhardt, good question. This is currently separate. However, there's an aspect of the internal influencers, which is kind of a year-long program that we're also looking to create what we're calling a culture cohort. So thinking of a similar type of process, we're probably from about September or October through the winter up until probably that April, May time frame. We would have a deeper dive of going into the values and those shared expectations, do some leadership development, do some pieces with staff who are really craving more leadership experience to be able to have that type of training. So it's a similar concept of kind of creating not only an educational experience, but also an opportunity for people to form relationship in the organization.
Thank you for that. And I don't see any other lights on. Thank you for this presentation. We're committed as a board, and this very committee is representative of that to be the employer of choice. And I believe we're there. Referencing COVID, and then obviously a 22-day long strike, and that just want, if people aren't, whoever is paying attention at this late hour or in this extremely long meeting, that contract is up at the end of the year too. So culture matters, but other things, there's a lot, compensation and lots of things that go into employer of choice, but this is all helpful, and it's appreciate us understanding this and paying attention. I am at labor management committee meetings, and we just expanded the body because there was an ask of labor to have more representation. So in real time, we're getting to that equitable piece. I just wanted to share that with the board and the public. So with that, do I have a motion to?
Chair Engelhardt, can I just say, in this room right now are my colleagues on the executive team, and they have all jumped in 2 feet in, and I just want to say thank you to them as well, because this is really, I'm presenting it, but it's all of us doing it.
Yes, thank you for all jumping in, both feet in.
Okay, I will now call back to order the regular meeting. And we have one final item up from admin and finance. It says here 2026-86, but I don't think we had an 86, so is it, oh no, we did.
I have it as resolution 2026-86.
Why is that not? Yeah, well, yeah, it's Hennepin Youth Sports Grants. And for some reason, I don't know, maybe some print error with my thing. Oh, because we added it, duh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, because it
Of
was.
course,
It
of
was
course.
an amendment.
So on
Yes,
behalf of the
sorry.
Administration and Finance Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2026-86, resolution authorizing the superintendent to apply for grants through the 2026 Hennepin County Youth Activities Grant Program not to exceed the amount of $300,000 each for basketball courts and a low-flow water feature at Cedar Avenue Field Park and for playground features at Carvel Park.
Okay, any discussion?
A second, you need
Oh,
to-
any discussion now? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That resolution 2026-86 passes. Okay, petitions and communications, Commissioner Engelhardt.
Pass.
Commissioner Frederick.
Pass.
Commissioner Rucker.
Yeah, I just want to add a great event last Friday, Arbor Day, at Bethune Park. A lot of families were out. Everybody was having a good time. We opened up the Bethune Park baseball diamond. You know, that looks very nice over there. But yeah, planting trees and all that, so it was a great event.
Vice President Deshpande.
Pass.
Commissioner Garcia. Oh, I don't know why I'm going like that.
All right. I wanted to make sure that we acknowledged our staff winning an award. Back in February, it was announced that Minnesota Brownfields, an organization dedicated to boosting economic growth, revitalizing communities, and enabling sustainable land use through environmental cleanup, named the Sioux Line Community Garden one of their finalists for a 2026 Rescape Brownfield Redevelopment Award. And just this past week, it was announced that the Sioux Line Community Garden won the 2026 Minnesota Brownfields Rescape Award Environmental Award, which was awarded on April 23rd to the team of MPRB, Brown Intertech, and Ione Fernandez Landscape Architecture. And I would like to acknowledge that Commissioner Deshpande did a lot of work in that area prior to being on the board. Thank you.
Very cool. Commissioner Carvajal Moran.
Pass.
Yeah, Arbor Day was great. One thing that I don't think I was heard, we planted a tree, a memorial tree for Speaker Hortman. So we have to make sure that that tree lives and goes strong. I'm sure it will. And so that was nice. I'm sure it's the first of several thousand that will be planted. And yeah, Bethune, you know, when you have a chance, look at Google Maps or Apple Maps or whatever, the satellite view, and just north of there, you can still see where the tornado tore through North Minneapolis. And that's why, you know, I think North Minneapolis really understands the importance of trees, and that's why we did our tree levy and all that stuff. And so it was just kind of reflecting on that. So with that, not seeing Commissioner Forney here, I will adjourn the meeting at 10:23. I think that's a record for us.